Good evening, folks. Good evening to you all. I'm pretty close. It's a Thursday night, and a Thursday night always means, I guess, somewhat means, most of the time means, it's Gab and Doodle time. It is. It's little old Gab and Doodle with me. We have a special guest that will be joining us here in just a minute. Let me get my camera all set up there. And type in the Ask Us Anything. Us. Anything. I'm going to type it as anything and see if I can get it to stay that way. Anything. There we go. I think it'll work. There you go. Ask Us Anything. I'm going to pin that there. So we have a special guest on tonight. And the special guest is obviously an illustrator. I was about to say a fellow illustrator, but that doesn't make any sense because they're all illustrators. I mean, I guess I could have someone on that's not an illustrator. That'd be weird. Ooh. This is also the 99th guest tonight, which means next week is the 100th guest. That's crazy. Can't believe I'm up to that. But tonight we have on a guest who also has my same agent, and that's how I sort of, I don't know, well, maybe, I don't know. I don't know if I found them prior or just post. But Erica Sirotich. Here we go, Erica Sirotich. It's backwards for you. Who did Found Dogs. Has done books like Can We Be Friends? And more recently has the whole Male Duck series, which is a board book Lift the Flap series. And I think it's on to book number 2 at this point, but we got lovely little cute Lift the Flaps. Eric will be joining us here in just a minute. Let me see if I can let them in. But quickly, as a reminder, these go up over the weekend on my YouTube channel, which is also Studio Hoffman. Hoffman spelled with 2 N's. Don't forget that. Otherwise, you're going to end up with something else, and I really don't trust what it is. So I'm going to let our special guest in, assuming that they are raring to go. Excuse me. Let me do a little search here and see if I can get Erica to come up. Erica just mentioned something in a story. Erica, if you're watching, here we go. Here comes the invite. Got a bit of a cough, a lingering cough. So the invite is sent. Let's cross our fingers. Cross our fingers that it works. I think it worked.
Hi.
Hello. How are you?
Good.
So first of all, thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
This has been exciting. I've ever since I signed up with Jen at ABLA, I was trying to figure out earlier, just a few minutes ago, like, did I find you before or after, or like during the process? And I think you were signed up before me.
When did you sign up with Jen?
2016.
Okay, so this year is 10 years that I've been with her. So
yeah, so
it sounds like for you it's like 8.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay. There you go. But I've been a huge fan for a long time, and sort of really have loved your work, in particular the one that really got me. I mean, I've loved the work in general, but when we got Found Dog, this is one wherein I use it in class quite often with students.
Really?
Yeah, just the like simple line. I want to be careful because I say simple, but I don't mean simple. I mean, what's the word I'm looking for? Like precise, or because simple has a negative connotation, but I don't think it's actually. Yeah. But like the like simplification of line work and color, and in particular, like talking to students who really struggle to come up with like they think they have to build this huge narrative.
Mm-hmm.
And then like, I'm like, sometimes it's just a concept book, and you don't have to go that big, and it has to have like a good idea, and like the idea behind this, I don't want to reveal it for anybody that doesn't know, but the idea behind this is such a nice, simple idea, and really concise. And then you have these students come to me and they go like, well, I have to build this narrative that has backstory and you know, the hero's quest. And I'm like, no, you don't.
Right. Well, that's what tripped me up for the first few years. Like when I signed with Jen, it was just as an illustrator, and she encouraged me to like explore, you know, stories and start trying to write stories, but she didn't like, you know, push it or anything. And so the first few things I did were as illustrator only. And what I found was that my work, I mean, I guess I already knew this, but my work tends to be most suited for like a really, really young audience. So like for a while I was reading a lot of picture books that I really loved that were probably more like 5 to 8. And, but my style is really skewing like 0 to 4. So Jen told me to like look at concept books and just to kind of simplify the whole, you know, idea. And so then I started looking at, you know, concept books are essentially books that are about a single concept, you know, for toddlers to learn. So they can just be a color book, a counting book, an ABC book, you know, whatever. So
it's the type of book that I'm sure Jen wants me to, because every time I send her manuscripts, it's always like, it's way too long. It's too long.
I think Found Dogs is under 100 words.
Yeah. I need to learn how to do that, and that's very, very hard for me to hone down my words, because I get into a like voice in my head, and then it just becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. And I think that the last thing I sent her something recently, but I sent her something prior that at one point was, I don't even want to guess how many thousands of words it was for a picture book, but it was meant to be like a sales pitch. And so it had to have that kind of voice, but it's like, it still doesn't work. Okay. We got totally into a topic right off the bat. So first of all, 3 things. First thing, tonight I'm going to work until late. You can stay on as long as you want. I know you have a little one, and I'm sure that your sleep is of the utmost importance. So whenever you need to jump off, just let me know, and you can jump off at any point. If you want to stay the whole time, you can be one of the a gabbin dude, so we call him. If you want to make it to the whole length.
Do I get a crown or something?
Well, that's a good question. We were looking at getting merchandise at one point that say like a Gavin Doodle shirt, and then ones that actually say I'm a Gavin dude, but we were looking at like sweatshirts and shirts, and like the cost was a lot to try to like, you'd have to buy a bunch right at the beginning to make it worth it. Yeah. And so I'm not sure, maybe we'll make something at some point, some stickers or something of the sort that's cheaper. Yeah. So maybe a crown isn't I bet you there's a way to get a die cut, like a Burger King crown that you can send to people. Yep. That's smart. Okay. I'll think about that one. But the other things are, what are we going to work with tonight? Because I know you both work, you work sort of traditionally with inks and things first, and then digital. Yep. But I saw, or I've been following enough to know that you've sort of been getting back into sort of like cut paper and things that sort. I've
got a bunch of stuff here. I'm gonna just work on paper. I'll probably just do ink drawings, unless I feel compelled to branch out.
Okay. and then do you have any idea what you're working on tonight?
No, it's probably just going to be doodly, sketchy things. Okay. I don't think I'm going to attempt. So I'm not used to like talking while I'm drawing.
You'll get used to it. You'll get used to it. everybody comes on and for like the first 15 minutes they talk
Like,
and not work, and then they
yeah,
work and not talk.
right.
But by the end, it will become it'll be a little bit easier. Where did you go to school originally?
Well, I didn't do art school. Or I did. I went to Ringling for one semester.
Okay. I was gonna say, I thought there was something like that.
In Florida. Yeah.
Okay.
I went to Ringling for one semester. But I went to an arts magnet high school before that, and did like AP portfolio, AP studio art, all that stuff. So when I got to Ringling, it felt really repetitive. And literally across the street from Ringling is this small liberal arts college called New College.
Yep.
And
I know the one.
Well, it used to be.
Yeah.
Things have happened.
Yeah, the
there,
news.
but
The news changed, or that's shown up at least in the news in the last year, I think.
Yeah.
Is that right?
It's been about the last year. It's something. But at the time, it was this really like quiet but really cool little kind of hippie. It's the honors college of the State University system of Florida.
Oh. Okay.
And so because I did an arts magnet program in high school, I was actually like itching to start like to study some other things.
Yeah.
And I really love literature, and so I applied over to New College thinking that I would be like an English major, and I ended up doing Asian religion. So I didn't take any art classes. Yeah.
Right. There's a book in there somewhere.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it's a concept book, but
yeah. But
yeah.
What made me ask that question was just the idea of working in studio. Like eventually, as we start to work, it's just sort of like, oh, we're just chatting as we work. But at first, it's a little weird for a lot of people because we're live on the internet.
Right.
So I do need help because I don't know exactly what I'm drawing either.
Okay.
And my son gave me I had a suggestion for myself, and then my son gave me a suggestion. He thought hot dog singing would be a fun.
Okay.
He's 10, almost 11. Yep. And then the other one was I was thinking about like a cafeteria scene for animals. And I don't know.
Well, that's probably more up my alley, though I can certainly do cute food with faces. That's no.
You can do whatever you want. Yeah, we don't have to do the same thing. You can draw horrific scenes of blood and guts and stuff. Well,
you know me well.
Yeah, I've figured it out. There's a hidden message in all of these, so you have to read them backwards. It says a whole different thing.
Yes.
I think that was the three things. Yeah.
Okay.
So basically we switch to a downshoot and we talk, and if for some reason I will warn you, internet goes out or something of the sort, we'll hop back on and keep it going. But we'll whatever setup you need, take a second, get that set up, and then we'll get going.
Okay.
All right. Let me do the same.
Okay.
So as we set up here, talk to me a little bit about sort of your history, and I mean, you mentioned the idea of the college side of things.
Okay.
But sort of art making in general, what was that like for you? Was that something that you knew, like even when you went to New College?
Yeah.
Did you know art was still going to be a thing for you, or was that sort of you shifted gears and said no more?
Here, can you look at this and see? Is this? I mean, this is gonna be side. Right?
Yeah, it's sideways. You got to flip the camera 90.
Oh.
Whatever that would be.
Does that do it? Does that look okay?
You're still sideways on it. Is there a way to rotate the camera 90 degrees?
How's that? Whoops.
Let's see, where are your hands? That should work. Yeah, that should be good.
Okay.
People get it.
Is it too close? Too far?
No,
maybe pull out a little bit. You can actually pinch and whatnot the screen and zoom out a little if you need to as well.
Okay. Also, yeah, this is my first time using this doodad. I had a different one and it was not reliable, so I got this one. And
gotcha. Is there a bird in the background there?
Can you hear a bird?
Yeah.
I'm in my studio with my windows open, and there could be a. Yes. Okay. There's a.
Wait a second. You're in Buffalo, yeah. Right? Is it still light out there?
Yep.
How's that? I guess that is.
It's not light where you are.
We're in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
But we're
so you're a little more north.
Like you're further north, and you're also further west by a ways. I forget how far in Buffalo is into New York along that edge. I always think of it as being much closer.
It's the far, 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 far western tip.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That was so throwing me. I'm like, there's no way that you still have light, but that makes more sense now. So again, tell me a little bit about sort of the entrance to art, because I know, if I remember correctly too, your brother's an artist.
Yeah.
And so obviously art must run in the family somewhat.
Yeah, to some degree. My dad is a musician. He's a pianist, and my grandmother's father, my great grandfather, was a like stonemason and did all of this like beautiful stone work. So there are a lot of artists back in my family on both sides, actually.
Yeah. Is it?
But yeah, in my immediate family, it's my brother and I.
And did you both know that you were going to end up, like, was one of you the star artist or the one that like knew it first?
Well, I'm 5 years older than him.
So you knew it. Yeah.
It's kind of funny. Like, we've kind of gone through like cycles or phases of one influencing the other more or less.
Yeah.
So like, obviously when we were really young, I taught him a lot of like, we spent our entire childhoods drawing, like laying on our stomachs on the floor in the living room or wherever with books and, pens and markers and stuff all over the place. And so like in the early years, I taught him a lot of like basics on how to draw this, how to draw that, how to, he actually just recently told me that he didn't realize that when he was really young, that you could like do a pencil drawing really, really light and then ink over it, because he would like watch the way that I drew, and then he would try to draw starting with pen, and he would get really frustrated that his drawings, I mean this is when we were kids. And then at one point I was like, well, why don't you do a drawing in pencil first, get it how you like it, and then you can ink it. Like, don't start with ink. And he was like, what?
You do know what a sketch is, right? You ever hear that word? It's,
I mean, he was probably 7. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. He was in his 30s by that point. Yeah.
No, but I mean, so in our younger years, I was kind of leading the way a little bit, but then he went to I went to Ringling, for one semester and left, and I wasn't sure what I was gonna do. Like, I had no idea what I was gonna do after that. I considered like staying in or trying to pursue like a career in academia. I got pretty close to going for my master's.
Yeah.
But by the time I had graduated, he was starting at Ringling, and he did the illustration program there all the way through. And in those years, I worked several different fields. I worked in like the nonprofit field. I worked for like a disaster relief organization. I worked for an attorney for a year, thinking maybe I should go to law school.
Interesting.
And
You're
and so
all over the place.
Yeah.
You got that.
But it was also so boring to me, you know, like, I mean, it was interesting. Like, I like to write. I like the parts of each job where I was able to write and like do analytical stuff. But most of it was really just boring. And at the, you know, during that time, he was like in illustration, and I was watching him and I was like, oh man, like, so, it kind of flipped the script, and he started like teaching me stuff that I didn't get the opportunity to learn because I didn't, you know, go the art school route. Like, he taught me how to use Photoshop. I was only working on paper. And he connected me with my first clients. I mean, obviously there's like stuff that happened in between there.
Yeah.
I mean, he helped me start putting together my portfolio. So like, he kind of started on the professional track like before I did.
And so who gets credit for your success, and who gets credit for his success then? Because it sounds like it's sort of a mutual.
It's totally mutual.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely mutual.
That's the diplomatic answer.
Yes. No, I mean, he's incredible. Like, I've learned so much from him. His work, I don't know if you've like seen his work, but we have like a similar like processes. We both, this whole time, from the beginning, have been mostly ink, you know, drawers. We've dabbled in lots and lots of other different media, but really we're both ink people, and I just went down like the super simple and cute rabbit hole, and he went down like a much more kind of mature, and I mean, his stuff ranges a lot. I mean, he does political stuff. He does a lot of work for brands. He does all kinds of stuff. He works for a magazine called Current Affairs. He does a lot of editorial pieces for them.
But isn't Current Affairs like a show on TV?
It might be, but it is not related to the magazine.
It's like, I think of it as like, if I remember, maybe it was sort of like an Entertainment Tonight, but for news. Like, I remember it being sort of cheesy, that show. So yeah, hopefully that's not it.
No, that's not it. That's not it.
How competitive were you growing up when it came to the art side? Like, obviously he's younger, but
yeah. I don't know if it was like explicitly competitive, but it would definitely be like, I would draw something and then he would draw it. And then like when he got a little bit older, like we really liked to make our own little books and stuff. And we really fed off of each other, but I wouldn't say it was super competitive.
Yeah.
I think it was more collaborative, or more like we just really like enjoyed it together. So
you're coming in with very diplomatic answers. Is he watching tonight?
I don't know.
Yeah, like trying to look at the feed and see like, I don't see his name yet, but
I mean, he's like my best friend. He's like, I admire his work. He's, you know, one of my top favorite illustrators. He's always blowing me away.
Better be. Yeah. He's at the bottom of the list. So tell me a little bit about sort of you and the process that, I mean, obviously you said you had so many different jobs, and you had sort of I don't want to say wild experience, but a variety of different approaches that got you to where you are now.
Yeah.
Is there like lessons that you learned along the way about sort of how you like to make art, or the sort of the goal that you have? Because I have a feeling that there's probably a difference between someone who went through the traditional art school sort of like structure
Yeah.
and the expectation that's put on them, or the belief that, like, you know, I'm going to be an artist no matter what, and then you sort of came to it in a little bit of a different
Yeah.
way. Was there something that sort of, like, you look back and go, like, it, I mean, obviously it made you who you are today, but do you think that it was beneficial? Do you think there were lessons that you took from, like, even if it was at a law firm, that you can, like, somehow apply back to your art making? Tough question. I know. Sorry.
Well, I don't know about lessons from the law firm,
Yeah.
other than, I mean, I tend to be very kind of, like, I don't know what the word is, methodical. Like, the way I approach things, I'd like to be, so, okay, in my like physical habitat, I'm like a mess. Like, I cannot get it together. But
Okay.
when it comes to work, I'm very, like, organized and like to follow kind of processes, which I guess is very similar to kind of work in academia and work in I guess the legal setting, whatever. Like, one of the things I really love about working in books is having a hand in the written word. I have days where I just sit at the computer and, I'm trying to draft manuscripts, and then days where I'm, like, exploring the visual sides of things. And I like to keep files, where I'm, like, trying to keep everything, organize it, as in, like, the visual world, the implied world, in, a potential story. So there's, like, a lot of behind the scenes stuff. But I also, like, very early on, I mean, I've always preferred to draw, like, animals and like, just kid stuff,
Yep.
So I think before I even knew that working in children's books was a possibility, I was already drawing stuff that kind of fits in that world.
Yeah. It came out naturally, whether you were going to end up there one way or another,
Right.
whether it was your decision or not.
Right.
And do you, the idea of structure? I mean, one of the things that I like, there's artists that I watch to see sort of how they make things, and one of the things that I always, like, was wondering about your work for a long time, and then I think I saw some video or some post where you talked about sort of the process of the inking and then bringing it into the digital world to do all the color and stuff, is a bit of a meticulous method, especially nowadays when there's, like, all these apps that mimic ink so well, or
Right.
are sort of in that realm. Is there something about that process in particular that, like have you done anything fully digital at this point, or is it still go back to that sort of?
Yeah, I have, and I'm doing it more and more, unfortunately. My, from the beginning until, I would say, the last maybe year or two, I've inked everything by hand, scanned it in. And then what I used to do, I mean, so, like, I used to spend hours and hours and hours, like, sculpting my lines in ink, like, making them super, super crazy, precise and contoured. And then I would scan them in and bring them into Illustrator. Then I would live trace them to make, like, a vector file. But then, like, live trace was never perfect. So I would expand the live trace. I don't know if people, so this is kind of like an old method, because Illustrator's live trace tool does not work well anymore. But but in earlier versions of Illustrator, this is what I would do. I would expand then the trace, and I would, like, go through and clean up, like, dot by dot, and like really, really, really clean up the lines. And I mean, part of the point was to have a like really scalable line drawing. But also like, I don't think I really, like when you're working on like a Photoshop on a, digital file, you often are working on it like really, really zoomed in. So you're seeing like 1 square inch on your entire giant monitor.
Yeah.
And it would drive me crazy if those lines were like crunchy. So so my process of making line drawings used to just it was like endless. And I had to stop that in the last few years, in part because I have a kid and I just do not have time to have a never-ending process, but I was also using that process on like I do a lot of like magazine and activity book work, and especially with like the activity book stuff, it has to be really detailed and really like, lots going on in like a very small little space. And it was just like getting insane for me to work my lines that way for something, for an activity book, So
pixel push.
Yeah.
That's my wife worked in design for a while, and she always referred to it as pixel pushing.
Yeah.
That minutia.
Yeah. So for a while I was just doing line work like in this Doodle, like just using a brush pen and then scanning that in and using that for my activity book and magazine stuff. And then more recently I've been doing line work in Procreate, and it makes me feel sad, honestly. Just
because of like, well, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what makes you sad about that in particular?
I mean, it just feels less like, I don't know. I don't want to belittle it, because people make the most amazing digital art, and it's, it's not, it just, I think I was so like attached to my process and felt really strongly about my line work, and now I feel like it's kind of, I'm just like doing line work in a way that is more, I don't know, I'm just doing it like in a practical way without being as concerned about the, I don't know.
Yeah, it becomes a function over form argument, and I mean I run into that all the time with my sort of approach, because I still do traditional for everything.
I know.
I know that like there's times where I'm like, this is a dumb decision, and but it boils down to sort of like what makes me happy.
Yeah.
And it's also literally like, it's functionally, I struggle with that word, functionally, it's very hard for me to work digitally because I like the response nature of traditional work, of like, something goes awry, I just have to deal with it.
Yeah.
And in digital, that idea, like, or the threat is no longer there. Right. And so like, it's I like the happy accidents, and I'm not someone, when I get in digital, it's a real problem for me that I can't let things like, be happy accidents.
Right. You could just like forever edit. And there's like no commitment really.
And that stupid microscope so you can zoom in.
Yeah.
That's the kicker for me, that I always end up like zooming in really far, and then I realize like no one's gonna see half of what this thing is. So like, what's the point?
So my question, I just have a question about like, when you finish all of your work for a picture book, do you do the thing where you like package it up in a big box and send it to your publisher and they scan it, or do you scan it yourself?
Oh no, I scan it.
Oh, okay.
And it's not that I That's a good question, because there are people who still do that. And I talked to some art director at one point, and I said, like, do people still send in their artwork? Because it seemed really silly to me that someone would do that. But and there are people that still go to that trouble.
Yeah.
I am the type of person, though, that I want the final say on the little dots and things, and like,
Totally.
especially because it's so textured a lot of times now.
Yeah.
That what one person might look at and go, oh, that's clearly a mistake on the piece. I go, oh, that's my favorite little, blip, or a little whatever it may be.
Right.
And I'm sure that I could probably go in and say, like, get rid of this, get rid of that, and leave these. But it seems like it's so much more effort, and I can just literally throw it in a scanner and do it myself. And it doesn't take a ton of time to do that. But I'd rather have control.
Do you work like page size, or do you have a giant scanner, or are you piecing it together?
I am piecing it together in Photoshop with the automate photo merge.
Oh, right. Okay.
And so most of them are like 20 scans, or depending on how big I generally work slightly bigger than scale. And so 20 is a big exaggeration. Don't believe that one. That was a stretch. But generally it's 150% scale, and so I end up with sometimes like 8 or 10 scans.
Yeah.
But once Photoshop put that photo merge together, oh, my life is so much easier.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did you ever have to do that, where you had to like get in Photoshop and line?
Oh yeah, I did.
I
did.
You're like, let me make this layer transparent,
It's
and
horrible.
then try to make it look so it's less blurry, and I think that's close, and then you have to go and like blend in between, and like, what a nightmare.
It's horrible. Yeah.
No, I definitely, as that photo merge has come into play, it has saved my life and made working traditionally a whole lot easier.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that a lot of people that I work with in sort of the school don't even know about it. And so they're always saying, like, oh, you got to photograph your work. And I'm like, no. Like, if you don't know how to photograph well, you're going to end up with horrible lighting and colors and things of the sort.
Well, you know what? That's one of the things that has intimidated me about doing anything. Even this, like, I've been illustrating for like, I don't know, 15, 20 years. Yeah. And it's still like, I still don't know what to do with this color scan once I've scanned it in, like in Photoshop. I mean, probably I could like ask someone like you to help me figure it out, but it's kind of like caused me to stick with like doing black and white only and doing color digitally.
Yeah, I mean, admittedly, I do a ton of color correction.
Yeah.
It's partially, and I mean, you probably know this somewhat from the black and white, but even when you, what looks black sometimes in, your inks or whatever, and you throw it in the computer, you have to adjust it because it's actually like gray, or it's, whatever. In my case, the colors always are off, and generally it's pretty muted, and so I have to up the saturation to get anywhere close to what it looked like originally. But I also, the horrible thing for me is I don't think I've ever had a book come back with the colors accurate. Yeah. And it's just going from traditional to digital, and then back to a CMYK print.
Yeah.
It's just, things are going to be off, and I've sort of learned to accept it, but it's not the world I want to live in at all times. Let's put it that way. I mean, do you find this is sometimes these I will tell you, sometimes these Gavin Doodles turn into like Illustrator gripes, but I also think there's value in that for people who are like trying to figure out who they are as an artist, and understand like how the industry works, and how to get around some of these things.
Right.
But like the equivalent of, do you have issues that come back with a printer, especially since you're working in a very sort of I mean, a lot of the books do have like little hints of texture, but they're not like super texture heavy. But do you end up with like colors that come back a little funky, or things?
For the most part, I have been pretty happy with the way that my color translates to print in books. A lot of times when I'm working for magazines and I get the final copy, I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
It often looks a lot more saturated than what I sent. Whereas in all of the books I've done, the color for the most part has been fine. So I'm not sure what the difference there is. Yeah.
Have you ever done anything on newsprint for a project?
Early on in my career, I did a little bit. But that was black. But that was black and white.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
yeah.
I was gonna say newsprint's the one that always like hurt me so much seeing my work, because it was, especially if it's like color is the thing, and then you come back with a horrible gray that runs through the entirety of it, and or I've gotten now, for those that don't know, who are out there watching and sort of like don't understand, sometimes in the world of editorial or magazines and things, you get tear sheets or samples of the work,
Right.
And in the world of newspapers, they would send you like a little clipping of your illustration. But I've had some of them come back early on, especially where in like the print was slightly off, and so their registration of their colors was off, and so you can see that weird like halftone, like horrible, like you don't know if you're looking at the thing right kind of situation.
Right. Well, get this. I worked for Highlights a lot, and I mean Highlights always does a fabulous job with their print and whatever. But I just recently did one that's really, it took like 5,000 hours. It was so, let me see, I think I have it in here. It was in, let me see, can you see this? It's in this book, Silliest Hidden Pictures. And I swear that the registration or something is a little, here, okay, can you see this? This is sushi, Spot the Impostor sushi, and you have to find, there's a dumpling hidden among the sushi, and you also have to find 12 hidden shrimp in the sea.
Okay.
And but the I swear the registration is off in this. Like, I feel like because I always send them they always want the black line layer separate.
Interesting. Okay.
Because they sometimes reuse illustrations and print like a black and white version in a different context. Yeah. And I swear this is like a tiny, I don't know, decimal of a millimeter off. And it drives me crazy because I really, really liked this thing.
And you know that there, like, no one sees that but you. Which is like
Probably
the even more frustrating part, or maybe it's all the fandom out there that just looks at that and instantly goes like, I can't believe that Erica let this through. There's some real sleeping on the job on this one. I would love to, and oddly enough, I have not gotten work for like Highlights magazine. Or any of the like kid magazines. I started out my career primarily in like editorial for sort of local magazines and newspapers and things of the sort.
Yeah.
But now that I'm like in the kidlit world, I'm like, man, I should be doing the kids magazines. But all the time I see those things that are like the one you showed where it's you got to find things and whatnot, and I don't think I would have the patience to actually draw those.
A lot of them they just take forever. They just take ages. And then like you'll send it in and you'll think like, oh, that came out pretty good. And then they come back and they're like, we only have 12 edits. And I'm like, great.
Like, just, your penguins don't look like penguins, and your whatever doesn't like, I mean, there's a real art to those, like having to hide things in images, or to do those like really complex images. We have a teacher at the school that I teach at that they have an assignment where they have to do this for like a illustration class.
Yeah.
They have to illustrate a battle, and there has to be at a minimum 20 characters in it.
Okay.
And I forget, there's a bunch of variables that are at play in it, but that idea of like 20 characters, most of the students like do 2 or 3, and then there's just a bunch of silhouettes in the background. You know what I mean? Like off in the distance, like, oh, there happens to be an army just over this ridge, sort of situation. And like, I get it. I understand their pain. Like, I just have a hard time with that level, but you know, more power to people like you that can actually see it through to the end.
Yeah, it's definitely there's a big learning curve. Like the first time, like I started doing my first assignment for highlights was, wait, let me think. So, you know, highlights has like 3 main magazines. It's like highlights high five, which is for like, I don't know, 4 to 7, I think. And then highlights hello, which is the baby magazine. And then they also have a bilingual magazine. So my first assignment was in their bilingual high five magazine. And that was more of like just a simple scene where I guess you did have to find things in the scene, but they were like, because it was for the younger age, they were very obvious. You know, I didn't have to do anything special or figure anything out to hide the things. But then
you didn't have to hide a paper clip and I'm trying to think, a paper clip, a ruler.
So that's what I do. I do a lot of those now.
Yeah.
And they are really challenging, because that is like, it's all line drawing, and you have to like tuck a paper clip or whatever in, you know, like put it in the grain of a table, or their favorite thing is when you have 2 objects in the scene like juxtaposed next to each other, and there's a thing hidden where it's like, say the ear of the dog is touching the curtains or something, and like the ear plus part of the pattern on the curtain becomes another thing. Yeah. And those things are so tricky to sort out. Although
it's like those people that do illustration where like you can flip it upside down and it's another face or whatever it is, and like the effort involved in that is not something I want to put my time into. I don't have the patience. I just I have it. But do you find, like, obviously with the kidlit side, and then you have the sort of kids editorial and things of that sort, do you find that one requires a very different mindset than the other?
They're totally different.
In what way? Like, give me, because I'm not playing in that world, and so like part of me goes, well, like, you know, it's about simplification of form and things of the sort, but obviously it's more than that. Yeah. So,
well, for the editorial kids, for the magazine stuff, it's often, they often don't want it to be that simple, unless it's for like their, like for highlights, for instance, unless it's for like the baby magazine. Yeah. Then they want it really simple, but it's usually super, super detailed. Like they scour every square inch of every drawing. And there's just so much that's prescribed, you know. Whereas in Kidlit, whether I'm working on my own thing or illustrating someone else's book, I have so much more freedom, you know. So
do you prefer one or the other?
I enjoy doing both. I mean, I'd say I prefer doing books.
Okay. You know? I mean, like there's sometimes pleasure in the pain. Of doing those things. Like I know that the equivalent of Kidlit for me, you know, some people think like, oh, it's this big windfall, and it's not it is not always a big windfall for sure.
No.
And then
although you're better off if you're an author illustrator,
yes,
than if you're just one or the other.
Yes,
you know?
But that idea of like when I do editorial work or I do stuff for book covers or things of the sort, and then you look at the price and the amount of time spent, and sometimes it's like, well, you know, I kind of actually like some of the editorial work just because of the speed at which it goes.
Right.
And I can walk away at the end of the day faster with you know, it takes more of them to get to the potentially the same financial gain. But the financial gain is part of that equation of like, it provides a safety net, and sometimes that can make you happy.
Yeah. Well, right. Because I mean, like, so basically since I've had my daughter, my work on the kidlit side has been really slow. So I've been doing almost all magazine and activity book work. And then in the last year, I've been working a lot more on like putting together pitches, proposals for picture books and stuff again, which I did not have time to do the first few years of her, you know.
How old is your daughter now?
She just turned 4, and she was born in April 2020, and the pandemic started in March 2020. So it was a crazy first year or even 2 years with all that.
Yeah.
I mean,
you're out of the three-nagers. You're out of
oh God. Well, I mean, she just turned 4,
okay.
So she's still kind of in it, and it is rough, honestly. She's like, ugh. She's been a lot.
Is she watching right now?
No.
Is she watching at this late hour? It doesn't get any easier. I don't know. I think my son's still upstairs. I don't know if he's still awake. I hope not. But yeah, it's we're getting to the like he's about to hit middle school now, and that's a whole nother. Yeah. I know for most like artist types, when you mention the word middle school, I mean, I guess
I know you're like, no.
For a lot of people, it's probably that. But in particular, I feel like being the weird kid in school, which a lot of artists tend to be, it's got a stigma to it.
Does your kiddo have like artist aspirations, or like is he?
I don't think so. He's someone who likes a very objective goal.
Okay.
And so like he really struggles, and he'll admit this too. He does not like creative writing of any sort.
Okay.
Like come up with a story or anything of the sort, because he just doesn't know where to start. But if you give him a math problem and you give him some, you know, like rules to follow, he is very good at that. And so like my guess is he will be more like an engineer or mathematician or something of the sort.
Yeah.
Later in his life. And I imagine there'll be some creativity involved, just because my wife is an artist too, and went through art school, was a painter and an illustrator and things of the sort. But I think that he is probably not going to walk down that same road as heavily as we did. Let's put it that way. What about your daughter? Is she?
I don't know what she's going to be. I mean, she's very into like animals and nature, which I really dig. So it would be cool if she did something in that. I mean, you know, she can do, I support her doing whatever she wants, but she's like, she likes to do like crafts and stuff with me, but she's not like, I have not, well, I mean, she's 4. So I was going to say, she hasn't shown that she has like any patience for making, you know, pictures or crafts or whatever, you know. She just wants like the end product, and then she's, you know, so really I have no idea.
The one that always got me was like, or the thing that told me my son was probably not aiming towards arts, is when you gave him like a paintbrush or something when he was little, and he would just do it really quick and then walk away.
Yeah.
And there was not the like sit down and like play with it forever.
Right.
Kind of situation that I know I went through when I was little.
Right.
But I've said to people many, many times that like, I don't know if I need an artist for a kid.
Right.
And in fact, if he wants to go into finance so he can pay our retirement home or whatever.
Right.
Then, like, more power to him. I'm not opposed to that.
Oh, I mean, for real. I think like it's becoming a harder and harder time to break into. I mean, who knows where it's all going with, I don't really want to bring it up, but like with AI and everything, like, I don't know. Like, do your students talk about that much?
Yeah.
Do they like worry about it? Yeah.
Well, we actually just today was our last. Tomorrow's graduation for the students.
Wow.
And so today was our last faculty meeting for the year, and we actually just put forward an AI policy for the school.
Okay.
And it's sort of a 3-tiered system of classes that absolutely forbid, classes that have a mixed nature with AI, and then classes that are pro AI.
Okay.
And it's sort of up to the faculty member how to define that. But most of the and you know, there's the battle or the challenges that we're talking about when it comes to things like ownership and copyright. But then there's also people who like use AI in a way where they actually control the input, and that changes the argument in a different direction.
Mm-hmm.
But the students, for the most part, in the illustration program, are very dead set on anti-AI. And I think it's primarily just a threat to their jobs in that.
Well, it's a real threat, and it's scary.
I'm not as scared, honestly, about it for my type of illustration.
Right.
And I think it's. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also, I mean, the same. Like, I don't know if this is wishful thinking, but I kind of feel like publishers, children's book publishers, you would think are going to be committed to, you know, producing the stories of human artists and human authors. And I just, you know, I can't imagine a children's book being published by a reputable publisher with art made by a robot, unless that's part of the concept, you know.
I imagine, and I've seen it in a couple of things, and heard of instances, quite a few instances of art directors now putting in clauses that, and I've told my students the same, to put in a clause in their contracts that says that they will not create work with AI, nor is the publisher or whoever has it able to, like, it's, you know, in their contract saying they can't put their work into the algorithm for someone else to use at this point, which I think is a really smart sort of argument to make, that it's not just, hey, I'm not going to make it, but also, like, you can't use this for any sort of data set going forward.
Although, like, once those images are online, like, even if it's just like samples or whatever, then, like, you know, there's no control.
Yeah, I mean, there is that challenge, but I think that the thing that sort of sets Kidlit apart in a way is, one, it's a super supportive industry of the artists and the makers. And so I would be absolutely surprised if any good publisher says, you know what, we're going to use AI.
Well, that's how I feel too. But I mean, and then, but I have seen other, you know, other industries taking, you know, going full speed ahead on it. And it's the other thing that I'm seeing is, and this doesn't, you know, I don't worry about this for my own work, but any illustrators who have been, say, wanting to get into children's books and might want to kind of get their feet wet by illustrating a self-published author's work. I'm starting to see a lot of self-published authors using AI for their books, simply because it's, you know, it can be cost prohibitive to hire an illustrator, especially like you know, an established illustrator, but even an illustrator starting out, you know, like, it's just so time consuming that you can't do the work for pennies, you know, and they're realizing, like, well, AI is pennies. So,
I'm a little bit sort of hopeful, one, because I'm seeing like awards and things, like some of the competitions have said like, you know, you can't enter AI stuff, etc. But the thing that actually makes me a little bit more hopeful just in general is the idea that um, looking back at the history of sort of how illustration has been used and whatnot, and you look at things like stock art, and you look at um, NFTs, and you look at those things which effectively could take over things, not maybe in the same way as AI,
Yeah.
but are definitely sort of play in that same sort of ballpark a little bit, and yet they're still around, but they're just not around in the same capacity.
Right.
I think AI right now is a little bit of just of a hot
Yeah,
item.
novelty.
Yeah, and given some time, people are going to gravitate back towards sort of like, well, I still want to work with someone. And the thing that I've seen that's shown up, which I think is really the tell in this, is there was some, I forget where I read it, but it was some art director that was working with someone that used AI, and then they asked for changes to it, and the person could not provide the changes.
Right.
And like that's the kicker for me, is like, this is not just a like a one and done industry.
Right. No.
But like a collaborative industry, and if you can't collaborate after the fact, or every time you try to enter a new thing, it's going to give you a or a change, it's going to give you a new product each time.
Right. Right.
That's not good.
Right. Although, like, you know, this is only what, the first 2 years or something where this has even been available. So I'm sure that within 5 years they'll have figured that out.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, the thing that scares me, honestly, is just opening up Photoshop, and the first thing that it says is, you know, like, hey, have you tried our new AI features?
I know.
Like, I don't know. I think I might have turned that off. I'm not 100% sure.
I don't know if I did.
Or when you go to like move the canvas up or down, and it has that little bar, the what I want to put it, the input bar where you can type in what you want. And it's like, don't make it that visible, or like get rid of that stupid bar. I don't want to see it.
I know. It's so frustrating. I
do hope, I mean, I will say, I hope and I pray that at some point in the near future that that we have some legislation that sort of regulates it in a way that is at least cognizant of the situation that is brought forth on the industry. But at the same time, like, there's all these people that say like, well, you got to adapt. And it's like, I understand that, like, I don't want to be behind the times, but I also understand that, like, I also want to make original work.
Exactly.
And I want to be part of that. Like, typing in a word doesn't appeal to me.
No.
And I just don't, you know, it's interesting on the academic level. There's all sorts of opinions.
Sure.
You know, one way or another, and it gets very heated. It got very heated in a meeting that we had a month back. Let's put it that way. And apologies had to be said by a few folks, not by me. I tried to play the middle of the road because I knew I didn't want to upset some folks. But
yeah.
Are you are you wary of it for your own sake, or more so for other folks?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess both, but more so right now for other folks. Like, I know, like I said, my brother does a lot of other kinds of work. Like, he does a lot of work for like local brands, and like I said,
yeah, that's
I can see
that getting hit hard.
It is, and he is really down about it, and I really I don't know.
It's the phrase I use with my students: the mom and pop shop, where it's like they don't understand how contracts work. They don't understand like why they should pay the amount that's being requested and things of the sort. Those are the people that are going to turn towards
exactly.
And then it becomes like, how much of an educator do you want to be in that situation? Because I imagine, like, even in the case of your brother, he could probably make a really good case of this is why you should hire me and not use a bot of some
Right.
sort. But that does take time, and it takes a lot of education,
and it gets
on people who
exhausting.
don't want to listen.
Like, yeah, like just like trying to legitimate your, you know, existence all the time.
Yeah. Tell them to get into Kidlit and the happy-go-lucky world of these art directors who are like giggly and silly and what have you.
Yeah.
So on a less depressing note,
Okay.
this is a sad corner with. Okay. Tell me a little bit about sort of especially with having a little one. I've always had this question because I think I have an experience that I think is probably universal. But what you started out making Kidlit before you had a kid. Now all of a sudden you have this this resource in front of you that potentially can make or break your opinion of your own work.
Right.
Your harshest critic, whatever it may be.
Right. I used to be my own harshest critic, and now she is. Yeah.
Like there's times where I'll show my son work. I'm like, check this out. What do you think? And he goes, like, cool. I thought it was neato, or I thought it was better than that.
Yeah.
But did it change your take on what makes sense for Kidlit? Did it change your take on your own work and what you put value to?
Yeah, to some extent, and I see it's gonna keep doing that like over time, because now that she's 4, I mean, she's a lot more communicative now than even a year ago, like especially with things about like her tastes and opinions and whatever. Although I can genuinely say that Male Duck is like one of her top favorite books, and that's been really awesome to see. And it has been for about a year, because it's really Male Duck's the ideal audience is like 3.
Yeah, that age range.
Yeah.
Is there it's not that you're putting pressure on your own daughter to somehow like your book, though, is it?
No, I mean, when we first started reading Male Duck, I mean, I don't think she even had any idea. She didn't understand that this is what I did, that it was mine, you know?
Yeah. I like the idea of you like sort of putting all the other books on the lower shelf or the higher shelf. Be like, yeah, those aren't good. The good stuff's at the bottom here. It's within reach. Is there? Do you read your own book to your daughter often?
Well, we mostly read Male Duck.
Okay.
I mean, we read whatever she picks, you know, and we have tons of books in her room, like tons and tons and tons. So, she pretty much decides. Yeah. But I mean, yeah, my books are on rotation. She doesn't really ever pick up Can We Be Friends, which is my first nonfiction picture book, but it is also a little bit older. So, and I don't push it. So at some point we will maybe explore it a little more, but
like move it on the shelf that's a little bit more in view.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting because like I don't know if it's just a me thing, but I don't think I really read my book that much to my son.
Yeah.
But I think mine were probably a little bit older when he was that age, and
right.
then he crossed that threshold into a new sort of age range now where like picture books are not the thing to begin with.
Does he read a lot of like graphic novels and stuff, or is he more of a like book, like a
he's primarily into books now. I mean, he still reads graphic novels, but he is graduated to the point where like we'll send him up to bed or take him up to bed and he's not tired, and I'll be like, just read your book.
Yeah.
And I'll sit read a book, and there's not a huge plethora of what do I want to say, like images in those books. And to me that's quite awesome, honestly, that he has moved past the stage where he needs that in order for the story to work.
Right.
But it's funny because I'm like, my wife and I are the type that still are like picture book, picture book, picture book.
Uh-huh.
And we went out to I don't know if I should say this on here, but we went out to a Bob Shea event the other day
Okay.
at a library or at a bookstore,
Mm-hmm.
and we were so excited, and you could just see like it was just a little bit too young for my son now. Even though he really likes Bob Shea, it was clearly like, oh, this is beyond, or he's moved beyond
I'm
that age.
beyond them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
Aw.
too childish for
Yeah.
me, and that's a little sad, but
Yeah.
especially like because the world that I run in with Kidlit is primarily picture book folks that we know,
Right.
and all of a sudden like what was once like, oh, you got to meet so and so,
Right.
is now sort of like, yeah, I met so and so. It's not the same thing. What's the Kidlit scene like up in Buffalo there?
In Buffalo?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I have to say and like give a shout out to, we have like the best little independent children's bookstore here, and it's actually in the neighborhood where I live. It actually influenced our decision to
live there,
to live in this area.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's it called?
It's called Alice Ever After Books. And it's owned by an amazing person named Meg. And it's only been open, I think, 3 years, because it opened like right about the same time that we moved here. And so that was really kind of serendipitous. And it's in walking distance from our house, so we are there all the time. Like,
that's just dangerous.
It is dangerous, dude. Oh my god.
That's yeah. How much are you able to eat food at the on a regular basis? Are you really living off of Wonder Bread?
It's really dangerous too, because there's a coffee shop next door, which is my other splurge. Yeah. So yeah, so it's wonderful, and she holds author events. She does it's incredible like how much she does. She has events going on like multiple days a week, and she's been just amazing for the Kidlit community here, and the wider, and so there are definitely there's a little community of authors and illustrators here, and Rochester also, which is about an hour away, has a big Kidlit community. Brian Yanish lives there. I don't know if you know him. He does
familiar, but I'd have to see the work.
Yeah, he does.
I'm not good with names.
Yeah, he does a lot of like graphic novel work.
Okay.
And then one of our kind of like our most famous person here in Buffalo, her name is Ariel Aberg Reiger, and she actually just published, I guess last year, I'm not sure, her first book. So she's kind of like how would you say it, a visual narrative person. Okay. Like kind of like some stuff is kind of like data visualization, really, really creative. Her primary medium is collage, like really creative approaches to nonfiction stuff. And she used to work for, I don't want to get this wrong. I feel like it's like, I don't want to say because I don't want to get it wrong. Bloomberg and like, I don't know, a lot of like big online publications and print publications. But she recently came out with this book called America Redux. And it's like a big illustrated, collage illustrated, like American history book that I would kind of compare to like Howard Zinn, if like anyone is familiar with like a people's history of the United States, where it's kind of like the stories of American history that you don't like get in your history textbooks or whatever. And but she like approaches it in this really, really cool visual way. It's just incredible. So anyway, this book came out like last year. So this book is more for like high school, I would say,
Yeah.
or young adult. And it came out last year, and it won like the Kirkus Prize. Like, it's gone bonkers. It like, and well deserved. It is just such a cool book. Actually, I have a copy.
Is this someone that you chat with regularly, or is this someone?
She's a friend of mine.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know her before this, though. I met her at an event at Alice Ever After Books. So
Gotcha.
Visual stories from our dynamic history. I don't know if you can see this, but maybe anybody who's watching can see. It's just so cool. It's actually just now coming out in paperback too. So yeah, she's here in Buffalo and does a ton of stuff with youth, like organizations and schools and stuff, all kinds of workshops and hands-on things. It's really cool. So she's at kind of the older end of the spectrum, as far as, not that she's old, she's my age, but she's working with older
kids. Ancient.
She's ancient.
She's just knocking on the gravestones around there, looking for room. It's silly because, like, I know that it's so important to the kidlit world, especially, like, just having a good bookstore and having a good community.
Yeah.
Like, rely on is huge. But I wish that I feel like the people that go to a bookstore and like really partake in it are amazing. But there's so many people that just don't do that. Yeah. And it's not even just like an Amazon versus like independent bookstores, but I just feel like once this is maybe tells a little bit about me in this situation, but I was not a big library kid at all.
Yeah, I wasn't either.
What was that?
I wasn't either.
Yeah. And then, but once I got into the kidlit, now it's libraries are like one of the best things ever. And I don't go as often as my wife does. She goes and like picks up books on the regular for us to look through and whatnot. But like, libraries are pretty darn amazing. And I wish that people knew the value of libraries. And is that bird again? Now it's driving a car out there.
Maybe I should close my windows, but it's so nice and breezy.
No. Keep them open. There was one time, I forget who I had on. It was a Australian illustrator, and in the background you could hear all these like fancy birds that I had never heard before, noises, and I was like, "Ooh, this is fun."
That's cool.
But that's what my life is boiled down to, is hearing noises on the internet. It's how I get my thrills. But just like knowing a bookstore owner and knowing you're a librarian and knowing all those things, it's just so important. I imagine, especially with your daughter now, like I bet you you are doing the same thing that we did, where it's like there's so many events at libraries and things of that sort. Like, it'd be silly not to take advantage of.
I know, yeah. Well, and like she just, like, we consider Meg a friend, and Tilly loves going to the bookstore. She always asks to go to the bookstore, and Meg is so awesome with her. Like, every time we go, she's got all kinds of little tricks too. So like, if Tilly's starting to get antsy or nearing a meltdown or something, like, Meg will be like, sorry.
That's what Meg is like? Weird. She's like Michael Winslow. That's amazing.
She'll be like, Tilly, I've got a job for you. And Tilly's like, oh, what? She's like, I have this bag here, like a paper bag. Yeah. And she's like, I need it to be covered in stickers. Do you think that's something you can do? And then she'll just like sit there and cover the bag with stickers and, buys me 10 minutes to chit chat with Meg.
Were you someone that had little kids around when you were younger? Not your kids, but like, siblings, or I mean, obviously you had the younger brother, but I mean more like when you were like in your 20s or things of the sort.
Not really in that time period. Like my brother's 5 years younger, my sister's 10 years younger, and then I have another sister who's like 3 years older. So in my 20s, like I moved out and my sister was like 10, but at home. So not really.
It's knowing how to like work with, the reason why I say this is just knowing how to work with kids at that age, and knowing how to like it. I did not grow up with little kids around me, and I was very hesitant to interact with kids for a long time. Like first time I held a baby, it was one of those like, I need to sit down in a chair,
right,
drop this thing,
right.
And now it's to a point where like I was at a meeting or a function at the school the other day, and an alumni was there, and he had his little daughter there, and I didn't even talk to the alumni. I just went to the kid first.
Right.
Like, hey, let me like make faces at your daughter kind of situation.
Right.
And I'm sure, you know, to him, he knows who I am, but if it was out on the street, I'd be the creep because I'm more interested in hanging out with babies instead.
Right.
But I feel like this job trains you on how to interact and deal with kids, or kidlit in general, just being in a bookstore and those kind of things.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you get out and do book events?
I do. And so actually this past year I've had like my big like immersion training in school visits, because Meg, she asked me and like the other local authors and illustrators if any of us would be interested in like being on a list for potential school visits. So I was like, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And a couple months later, she called me and was like, okay, I've got a school visit for you. And I was like, great. And she's like, it's actually 24 school visits.
Oh.
And I was like, what? And it ended up being like a pre-K program, a local Head Start program that has, okay, what was it? They have 6 locations. And each location has 2 to 3 classrooms of 4-year-olds. And they wanted to do a visit for male duck to all of those classes, and then a visit for one of the little board books that I illustrated, the like Let's Say Hello.
Yeah.
And so it ended up being 12 visits doing male duck and 12 visits for Let's Say Hello. And we did like Monday morning, we did 3 visits, then Tuesday morning we did 3 visits, and then it reset the next week. We did Monday morning 3 more visits, Tuesday morning 3 more visits. So yeah, it was intense. Each class was about 45 minutes to an hour. But I really perfected my program for both of those books doing that. Yeah. And it ended up being, it was amazing. It was really cool. So it's been a little bit tricky. Like I haven't had as many offers for school visits because like I said, my stuff skews so young.
Well, that's
so
I was wondering about that in particular. Yeah, just like, is it all preschools, or is it like, does it even venture up into elementary schools just because of the
I have done some elementary school stuff. Like the nonfiction picture book, Can We Be Friends, is a little bit older. And it also ends up being a little bit more like just kind of talking about being a professional artist and that kind of stuff. And I've done some high school visits too, which I was like super intimidated about. But they ended up going really well. So
that's the one that I want to try doing is to get more involved. And I mean, I even mentioned this to the middle school principal the other day, of just like, I want to get more involved in that sort of art program in middle school and high school on a different level than potentially what the elementary school is. I mean, the elementary school, it's a lot of reading and whatnot, but getting involved in the sort of like the making and the career side of it, I think would be good.
Right. I can't tell if this is, oh, okay.
What what kind of brush pen are you using there? I see Daughter Earth illustration. I don't know if you know Katie
Oh,
there.
yeah, that's Katie.
Yeah. Katie Thames says that you always have the best brush pens and that they're eyeing it. And so what are we talking? What's that brand there?
This is a Zebra brush pen. Pentel, I think, owns Zebra, but this is a Japanese brush pen that you can actually get super, super cheap. I will reveal my source. You can find them at Jet Pens. If any of you are familiar or shop at Jet Pens.
Okay.
If you just type in Zebra brush pen, the navy blue one is the one that I use that I like the most. And they're like $3 and they last forever. Like I have some that are literally 10 years old and I don't know how, but they still work.
It's refillable.
They are not refillable, but they go on forever. I don't know.
Okay.
They're really nice. They're just really, I've been using them I found them. So I lived in San Francisco for about 4 or 5 years back, a while back, 10 years ago. And I lived, was really a lucky coincidence that I ended up like right next to Japantown, which is also where Katie lived. Katie Tanis. Yeah. Daughter. And Japantown, you know, if you can imagine, like stationery stores, and also like there's a giant Japanese bookstore called Kinokuniya that I would just spend hours and hours just, you know, poring over their children's books and just general like art books. And they have so many weird, just every kind of book. But yeah, that's how I came across these pens, and I've been using them since.
Is there a certain tone? Like, have you tried other inks? Like, I mentioned the refillable, but like, is it do you always work in black, or do you ever work in some of the like sepias or anything of the sort?
I do play around a little bit. So I mostly, when I'm inking, I mostly use brush pens or like kind of fine point pens. I've actually just more recently started playing around a little bit with like dip pens, like little, really the super skinny nib pens. And so with those, I'll play with different kinds of inks. But like here, I've got some other brush pens. This is a Sailor Shikiori brush pen. These I really like. These are colored, like this one is a nice orange, and they're nice for, here, I'll get this is like my little mini sketchbook right now. I don't know if this can be seen. Yes. Okay. Like just for kind of like little two-tone work. I know that I think you have a little bit of a delay on the visual, but.
Yeah, no, I can see it. I can see it.
Okay. Yeah. So sometimes I use that but this is mostly just for fun. It's not like I pretty much only work in black line for professional work, or if you notice Mail Duck is fully digital. Like,
yeah, you can see.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That was a different story. It started out as line art, and it evolved. So
I won't get into it. You tried to open the door, and I'm gonna step aside.
I mean, it just ended up. It wasn't like contentious or anything. It just ended up like we explored some different styles in the beginning. This has happened. I feel like this might not have happened for you because it looks like your style is so consistent across your books.
Okay. Sure.
But every time I start a book, I feel like me with whatever the art directors, editors were like playing with going in some other direction from whatever I just did. Yeah. So
I'm at a horrible point now where it's well, that's not true. I'll back that statement up because I want to make it sound, the publisher I'm working with right now, I don't want to make it sound like this is bad. I have gotten so heavily into collage now. Yeah. But I have not done an official book in collage yet.
Okay.
Which is really like weird for me. Like the book I just got the manuscript for the next book in the Penny series that I've worked on. And that I did in paint, and it's, there's a similar process, but it's a much more like, I'm going to paint highlights on things and whatnot. And now I'm like in this world of like, I really love collage and this weird, like angled, like miscut paper and things of the sort. And then yet I have to turn around, and the next book I'm working on, I have to go back to a style to stay consistent with the previous works.
Especially if it's a series.
Yeah. And so like, I'm at this point where I really want this, like, I want the next book where I can really like change up my style, or be given the permission essentially to mess with style, but I haven't had that chance yet.
Right.
And like, it's as probably the market is not necessarily as robust as it was 5 years ago. That stuff is somewhat slowed down. So now I'm just like waiting for that next thing, and like I'm trying to write books that will let me do it, but I haven't hit the right book yet for it. But everything I'm writing now is like, okay, it has to be something where every page can be a little different, and I can have some fun style changes and whatnot. But it's interesting, especially with, I look at your work, and I would say the same thing, where that your work is really sort of consistent and clean, and I'm sure that you see like huge variety in it, just like I see huge variety in my work. But I can see all the like, or I understand the sentiment of that, like wanting to play and or discover.
Right.
Speaking of style, it's a question that actually I'll ask this. I'm trying to go back and see if there are questions from folks. Amy Cavazos, looks like, says, what's your favorite size sketchbook and paper?
Ooh, okay. That's changed a bit over time, but right now I really love, this is a MD paper sketchbook. It's made by Midori, which is mostly, they do like, what's it called? Like planners, but like Japanese planners, like, I think they're the people behind Traveler's Notebooks, which is like a whole thing. But these little notebooks, this is called an MD notebook, and it's really thin paper, but it's like the nicest paper to ink on. Both with like fountain pens or like nib pens, and also with like brush pens. So if you don't mind the thinness of the pages, like I only draw on one side because they're too transparent on the other side. But that's what I am liking now. And then like another one that's just kind of like the tried and true, like standby, is the Moleskine, like the drawing one. The one with that one has much thicker paper, and that one I feel like can handle so many different media, and it's like a high quality. That one I used to always get like the 8 by 5.5, but this one is much smaller. This is like a little, I don't know,
but now
6 by something.
When you're working on the projects for books and stuff, is that something that you're still primarily in the sketchbook, or are you jumping around?
I jump around a lot.
Okay.
Yeah. I and that, like the process for those, well, they vary a lot from book to book. Some of them I'll do like one complete ink drawing on paper and then scan that in, and then color is pretty much always digital. But sometimes I'm just drawing like bits and pieces, like I'll draw, like for Can We Be Friends, I did backgrounds completely separately from like the animals and the characters. I did some layers, like I did like the line art layer, and then I did a wash layer, and scanned those in separately, and then did, color digitally. So it varies a lot.
Is there, with, hold on a second, I'm trying to find the right marker. There's, with the way that you construct your images, and forgive me because I don't even know. Like I'm someone who, when I sit here and I work on an image, I work on the entirety of the image. But
yeah,
because you're scanning stuff in, you're playing around with digital, etc. Are you doing lots of little bits and pieces and then having to compose after the fact, or do you try to do one big illustration?
I mean, lately, especially for kidlit stuff, I'm doing bits and pieces and composing it digitally. Yeah, usually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that, I already know the.
Why?
Is that time consuming? Is that is that
problem?
Is that
so it kind of started with when I did Found Dogs, because one of the things we were trying to I guess get away from when I was doing the final art for Found Dogs was, like, I tend to draw like super, super tight. And they kind of were like, this is great, but can we loosen this up a little bit? Like, can we loosen it up? Like, one of the things that I am always hearing from art directors, from like kidlit people, is that my style is too commercial looking for kids, for some kids books. So so usually, like, most of the books I've done, they have not wanted the like really like thick contoured black line art. They want me to move away from that for the most part. So like with Found Dogs, I used brushes instead of pens on all of my dog drawings. And I had my sketches. So one way that I typically work, especially when I work in magazines and stuff that has to be more precise, I work like this thing that I'm working on is like a light pad, and I don't have it plugged in right now, so I can't show, although that would have been kind of cool to show that, I guess. But I would just put my sketch underneath and then ink on the page on top of it.
Yeah, so you don't even have the pencil
right
to erase.
Right, exactly, right. And I don't have to mess with that digitally. Yeah, so my ink layer is super tight. So with Found Dogs, because they kept wanting me to loosen up, what I did is I like just put my sketch, stood it up in front of me to just like look at it as a reference. And then I drew with a brush, like each dog in the sketch, like 1,000 times. Like, and I tried to do some of them really quickly. I tried to do them like, it felt a lot more like, I don't know, intuitive or something. Maybe that's not the word.
Well, it was more playful, probably.
It was more playful, yeah, and less, right. And so like a lot of the dogs, the ones with more character were often ones that, I wasn't planning to draw them that way necessarily, but it was just like, how it came out on the 18th run through.
Yeah.
And then I scanned all of my favorites in, and then composed each page of those drawings. So I think that kind of started me doing things like that, just in part as a way to force myself to loosen up and to like have more control over individual bits of a scene than if I did like an entire scene and then might not like a quadrant of it,
That makes sense. It's I did a book early on where I did something very similar. It was lots of little pieces, and it was too time consuming for me. But I know that like when I do stuff with type in particular, like I want to get the right letter form in the work, and especially if it's like calligraphy or it's anything that is sort of script oriented versus like just a block letter.
Yeah.
Like the amount of times that I write those letters over and over.
Oh my God, yeah.
Even a digital like thing, like it's, I'm using Procreate to compose it or anything of the sort. It's still the amount that I sit there and write those letters trying to get the perfect one And I
Yes.
don't, in the end, does it really matter? Probably not. But it's still, it's worth it to me to make sure that it's spot on.
Yeah.
Um, with outside of art, what are the go-tos? Is there like, I mean, well, let me put it this way. I know that at one point I saw that you had made like some little like cut paper things for, um, I think it was for your daughter or for your house or something like that. That sort of ventured into a different technique altogether.
Yeah, I've done some cut paper stuff and I really, really like it, but I haven't come anywhere close to trying to do anything like that professionally.
Yeah. Are there other types of like artwork that you like doing outside of?
Oh,
Um,
you know what? You know what I kind of discovered last year? And so this is, I think, kind of like a byproduct of the fact that I didn't go to art school, so I didn't have the opportunity to explore like different
yeah.
media that much or processes. So like I pretty much landed on like, okay, I draw in ink and that's like what I do.
Yeah. Okay.
I took a class. We have like a Center for Book Arts here, and I took a class in dry point.
Oh, okay. Yep.
And oh my God, I really, really loved. I really loved it. Actually, let me see. I think I've got. Where's that? I think I've got one of the pieces here.
Well, it's also like it's a slower, more meticulous process
Yeah.
too. And I can imagine, especially with the way that you like to ink and like the precision side of you, I could imagine that that's sort of like the speed at which dry point runs.
Right, and it's like a slow, meticulous process, but then the outcome looks kind of a mess, but
Yep.
like a really controlled mess, and I really freaking love it. And I would love to get to a point where I could do a book that in that way. But I mean, I do have access to the studios there, but I have not been able to like explore it enough to come anywhere close to doing that. But here, I'm gonna just take a look real quick because I've in here.
The one there, I would really love to get into mono printing at some point.
Yeah.
Of again, it's that reactive side of things that I tend to like, and so that drawing and a one-off sort of sounds really fun to me. Is it something where like, is it a multitude of different types of printmaking that they have there, or is it primarily?
Yeah. They have letterpress. They have a screen printing studio. Okay, so this is what I did. Let me see if you. Okay, so there's this one. So this is a drawing of my dog, Russell, who passed a couple of years ago now. But I think I like this one the best. So like you can see that the drawing itself was, I mean, I did this in like an hour. But I just love the textures and the light that happen here.
You know what I like about that in particular, and this is maybe just coming from like it's a subjective thing, is I come from the world in the art school where people who do dry point or do some of the etching and some of those things, it oftentimes is this like really like sophisticated, smart, like I'm trying to say something about like geopolitics and like it's got a very cute little dog, and like it doesn't have to be this big complex thing. I'm not saying maybe that's about sort of some deep political persuasive argument,
Yeah.
but I like how sort of simple and innocent it is.
I mean, doesn't it? I mean, I feel like I could see it. It would have to be kind of like maybe like kind of a moody book.
Yeah.
But I see a lot of potential there. I don't know. I really loved it.
There's some stuff that like Lane Smith has done that has sort of a like a printmaking vibe to it.
Yeah.
That sort of fallen into that same sort of ballpark. That looked pretty awesome, honestly, and I could see it would be such a dramatic thing to go to Jen and be like, "Hey, guess what?
This is
I have a little shift I want to try. What do you think?" Um, I mean, I told Jen in the email recently when I sent off some stuff, like, I've been playing with collage and I really love it. And she didn't really say anything back. I don't think I was expecting her to be like, no, or anything of the sort. But it was still like, it was a little scary to me to be like,
Isn't it?
you found me when I was doing this style and now I'm doing
Right.
this.
Isn't that funny? Like,
it's silly that like it really like that got in my head for a long time of like, how do I propose this? How do I pitch this as an idea to my agent?
Yeah, I get that way too. And I'm like, I've been with her for 10 years and like, you know, also what looks really different to me probably doesn't really look that different to her as far as like the style, you know.
I mean, I've said on here before that I've had, so I have an art agent and I have the literary agent.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, the art agent does like grown-up books and editorial and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. And I had that before Jen.
Okay.
And then we negotiated out of the Kidlit side, out of that contract when I signed with Jen. But what was I talking about? Whoa.
Like showing her a new style or a new approach, whatever.
Oh man, no, yeah, we were talking about that, but what was I trying to say?
Oh, I don't know.
I really lost it. But I even remember like when I first showed her my stuff, I was like, this, you know, here's my work. And it looked very different than what it does now.
Yeah.
It was more like pencil and line and things added on top. That it was like graphite was part of the equation. And it was maybe a little bit more digital at points too. And like now it's silly because, I know what I was saying. Sorry, I got back to it. The art agent, I've gotten work through them wherein the publisher of a editorial piece or whatever says, you know, we want you to work on this gig. And I said, I want to do collage. And they go, well, we really like this piece, or we really want this not to be collage. And they send along examples of what they liked of my work.
Yeah.
And it was collage.
Oh.
And they didn't know that there was a difference between the two. Which is like, to me, a good sign because it means that I'm like,
consistent.
It's not that far off or it's not that removed. Now, I had to like sort of split the difference and be maybe a little bit more painterly than collage.
Okay.
But I think they came with this conception that that collage meant like photo collage or something. But it's like no, it's just a textural thing.
Yeah.
Have you sort of thinking about your style or your approach? Do you have a fancy way of describing your style? Like they do the lookbook through ABLA, and you're supposed to write about your work.
Yeah.
Or how have you defined what you do?
Oh, okay.
For folks that are like listening and going like, I don't know what my style is or how I define it, because your style, like, forgive me because this may be like an overreach here, but I would say that your work is very sophisticatedly simple.
Oh, that's nice.
And simple's not the right word though. What's the word? I'm like,
I usually say simple.
Simple. Yeah, there's some word that I used previously, but that there's a sophistication in the like the choice and like, you know, it's not the same thing that like someone like Mo Willems does.
Right.
But both of you play in that sort of like shape-oriented line, etc. But I wouldn't say like, oh, you're doing the same thing he is, and he's doing the same thing you are. There's some other like wording there, and so that's why I'm asking the question of sort of like, how do you define what you do?
Yeah. Well, you know, one thing is kind of weird is that like when you have a book come out and then there are reviews and they like try to describe your style, and almost every review that I've had, whether it's like the more liney books or like the Mail Duck fully digital like color ebooks, they always describe my work as cartoons, and I'm like, wow, okay.
You're
Like no offense to cartoons. I mean, I love cartoons, but I don't see that as what I do.
yeah.
Um, so
Well, that feels like a very like generalized term at that point.
yeah,
That it's like a cartoon is just anything that has like a cute nature to it, or
right. And
something like
especially with a line.
yeah.
Yeah.
I can imagine that's frustrating.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of like, I don't know if there's a specific. I'd have to ask my wife if she's listening upstairs. Like, how do they describe mine? I've never really paid attention to that, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, I get the word whimsical a lot.
Okay.
But I don't even think my work's that whimsical. But like most of the time, they're describing like the feeling of it, but not the like
right
of it.
Right. Yeah.
And there's a difference there.
There is. Yeah, I usually just say like, I don't know. I guess I don't have like a fancy way to describe it. I just say simple, bold line work, usually, relatable characters or you know, I don't know. I don't really have an elevator pitch for my style.
Yeah, you got to use the word amazing more often.
Ah, okay.
You got to throw that in there every once in a while. Genius, prizeworthy. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you put the word superstar or something before my.
No, okay.
Very kind.
I always have to find ways of like trying to describe people's work, and like I often have found that I've been using the word stellar.
Okay.
Which I'm like, I don't like the word stellar all that much, or at least not in all contexts. And then so I try to find these other words, and like I'm like star, superstar, marvelous. I've actually, because I've done these enough that I'm like, it gets tired. I have to be careful what I say.
You need a lot of superlatives for what you're.
Yes. And so I end up going to thesaurus.com or whatever, just being like, okay, what's another word for amazing? And trying to hunt down something every time. And like, super is one of those ones, or like, I don't want to use the word cute all the time because some people don't like the word cute.
Yeah.
Or they think it's like too diminutive.
Uh-huh.
I don't have a problem.
Well, I totally embrace cute. I mean, I think cute is a pretty good descriptor of what I do.
Yeah. But I also want to be careful because there may be someone that goes like, no, my work is sophisticated and thoughtful, and like, you know, like I always describe my work as sort of dumb in a way, and it ventures in that territory, or the work that I want to make is not always the smartest work in general. The stuff I sent to Jen recently, she's like, this is cute, and like I know that it's meant to be absurd, and I'm like, yeah, it is, and just that word absurd, I was like, I don't know if that's a word that everybody wants to attach to their work, but I sure do. Like,
I think you do that very well.
well, thank you. You didn't have to. I wasn't fishing for compliments, but I will reel that in very quickly.
I mean, yeah. If you're not like exploring some weird and absurd and then you might be getting a little bored, I think.
Yeah, for me, for sure. With so I keep coughing a little bit. I'm still fighting a cold.
Oh.
Or the tail end. Ooh, I should tell you a story. This is a fun one. This happened today. Not that you know this situation, but so we have faculty meetings at school. It's our last one, and I'm sitting there, and finally I get called on to, because I'm the chair of the division.
Yeah.
And they ask all the division chairs, hey, do you have anything to report in?
Okay.
And the whole crowd looks at me, and I was so out of it. I was staring into space.
Oh God.
I didn't know what was going on. And we had a lovely ceremony for the seniors today, and I had a little thing of champagne. What I didn't know was champagne and Mucinex
Oh, shoot.
together are not supposed to be mixed. And
Uh-huh.
I was in another world apparently, and people were referencing it like, I want to be what Mark's on, like in their comments during the meeting. And I didn't know that that's what it was, and I eventually looked it up. But I was a space cadet today.
Oh, God.
I feel bad because I was like, the president of the college was there and all these things. It's a small school, and I know that we're friends and all whatnot, but it's still like everybody turns to me and I'm like staring at the floor watching highlights of linoleum as they move in my eyes.
Oh, that's good.
Do you
get sick a lot because of your kid like going to school, or is that like past now that he's older?
It slows down.
Yeah.
It slows down. You were at the age where like basically every week a new cold comes in.
Oh my God. And she gets it and then I get it. And she's sick for 2 days and I'm sick for 7 days.
Yep. And not only that, it's our problem is our little guy, he's not little anymore, but he'll come into our room and then like lay on my pillow in the morning to wake me up.
Uh-huh.
And then it's like my pillow is just loaded with just, horrible plague or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
They just no boundaries on some of that, or they don't realize. But
there's definitely no boundaries with my kid. I mean, God.
It's he has gotten to the age now though that like he can give himself medicine and like things like that.
Nice. We're still like fighting to get her to take medicine at all.
Yeah, the tricking, and our guy was pretty good with that just in general, but it's it definitely there were times where certain medicines were yucky or whatnot.
Yeah.
What was I talking about that I got onto the medicine? Oh, I was talking about yeah. Sorry. With is there something that you've always wanted to do that in sort of your books or your artwork that you just haven't had the chance to do? Like obviously like the dry point and things are fun, but is there something that like I've been waiting for this opportunity to?
I would really love to do like a really, really young graphic novel or like comic type format.
How young do graphic novels go?
Well, there is that division of can't think of what the main publisher is, but it's called Toon Books, and they publish a lot of graphic novels for kids, and they have one or like a series that's like wordless, but it's in panels. So it's trying to think of his name. Frank V something. So that's, I mean, that one is really, really pretty young. Actually, no, it's not wordless, but it's like maybe a word per panel,
Yeah. I wonder with the idea of like at a certain age, you are essentially reading to the kid, and it is, I don't know about you, but it's sometimes I find it really hard, or I did when we get a picture book that had like panels or lots of like speech bubbles.
Yeah.
Because you have to like kind of point at the one that's
do a lot of pointing when we try to do those. Yeah.
And I understand it's not like the worst thing in the world to have to point at it, but it does get a little complicated of like your hand is in the way it points. And so I just,
I mean, I don't know if I'm like kidding myself that like maybe I could do like age, 5, 6, 7 or something where they are like kind of starting to read independently.
Yeah.
I think I could probably, I would really love, I mean, I did comics a lot for fun, especially when I was like teenager and college age. And I would love to go back there. So
I could see definitely with your style, I could see like, especially like a early graphic novel or small sort of comic that, that would make a lot of sense. With what I do right now, there's no way in hell that I would try to approach like, I'm going to collage an entire... What?
That would take decades,
Yeah. Yeah, just I mean, I looked at one point. I do have a story that I think is a really great story for something like that.
Yeah.
And I looked at one point like, what would I have to do to sort of simplify the work? And there's a way to like say, okay, I'd only collage a color and then do all inks on top of it.
Okay. Yeah.
Or like every red, and there'd be like a not monochromatic, but a like spot color. But it would be done with collage, and that would be feasible, but
Yeah.
it's still that's still a ton of work.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to figure out, how do I get this in here? Well, I'll figure it out. Is there like you do a lot of writing for your own books, but I know that there are times where you'll illustrate other folks' work.
Yeah.
Is there anybody in particular that you're like, if I could just work with this person, my world would be, my bucket list would be complete?
Oh God. That's kind of put me on the spot. I would have to like.
Stephen King.
Yes. Yes.
Someone like totally not appropriate.
Let me think. I don't know, man.
All right. Never mind. Bad question. We'll move on.
I've kind of like done the opposite where like I will have either maybe not like a full manuscript, but I'll have like a concept or whatever and be like, oh, I would really like to pursue this, but I don't think I'm the right illustrator for it.
Yeah.
But I just also don't feel like I really have the chops yet to like just be submitting manuscripts and being like, here, like let's submit this, and so
when we went to the Bob Shea reading that one day, he was with his new book that he wrote, but Jarvis illustrated.
Yes.
And we just found out Jarvis just agreed to be on this.
Really?
Yeah, coming up. So
I love his work.
His work is amazing.
The series with her name is Patty, the Patricia Tote, I think.
Okay.
She's done the Pick a Pine Tree, and then there's the Halloween one. There's a Halloween one, an Easter one, and the Christmas one. And Jarvis illustrated all three, and they are gorgeous, and they're just so good. They're my favorite seasonal.
Texture.
Yeah.
It's but what I find fascinating is like, one, Bob Shea is not like, he's no slouch. Like
Right.
It's not like he could illustrate a book, and he said it didn't feel right when he did it, but like, and then you give it to someone like Jarvis, and of course Jarvis does an amazing job with it, but I imagine there's also like pressure when it's someone, not only is it like just someone who's an illustrator, but it's like it's also Bob Shea. And like it's it's one thing if it's like some newbie who's never illustrated a book,
Right.
but like that's a name. And it just seems challenging in my brain that someone would even consider tackling that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of like this.
I feel like Jarvis doesn't probably have that problem though.
No, he's probably like, yeah, fine, I'll do it, and good.
Right.
Yeah, there's no challenge whatsoever to it.
Right.
I'd be sweating bullets, but
Oh my God, I know.
That's me, not him.
Or like people who get like celebrity book projects.
Mm-hmm.
Like
that's Renee Carilla. Do you know Renee?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, with the
internet know each other. Yeah.
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 And it's like she's got that one, and then it's funny because Dan Santat, I remember talking to him at one point, and he was like, "I got a book with the Fawns, and a book with Jake Gyllenhaal, and a book with," and like it's gotten to the point now where like I imagine it doesn't faze him in the same way that it would me or other folks of like, are you sure that's okay to like even mention their name?
Right. I know. Like, I mean, like, even, sometimes I get projects where I'm like, are you sure you wanted me? Like, are you, did I get this email by mistake?
Is this yeah? Is this
I'm
some
not
sort
saying
of
that
make-a-wish
happens that often, but
make-a-wish
it has happened.
situation? That's when I got the book with Dave Eggers, I remember thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, you sure about this? Because and I'm sure that it was, and if he's listening, I doubt he is. But if he was listening, that idea of like, I'm sure it was the publisher. In fact, I know it was the publisher that recommended me.
Sure.
Not, hey, him going like, I found this guy on the street. He'd be amazing for this. I mean, I had done enough books with them before that they like, I'm sure they're like, here's some people we worked with. Do you like any of them? But it'd be so cool if he actually like knew.
Did you meet him?
No, I never. He's very reclusive.
Oh.
And the closest that I got was a phone call with him, and it was his assistant that called in and then put him on the phone. So I never got to harass him of any sort. And say like, hey, this is fun. You know what? We should do this again, or anything. But it is interesting that idea of like, even if we've been in this industry, because you've been doing this for how long now? Like, how many? When was your first book?
So my first book with Jen was actually a little series for Albert Whitman. It's a smaller publisher from Chicago. And what year? I think the first one came out in 2015.
Okay.
So like about a year before that.
Yeah, so we're both. I think my first one was 2015 too. So okay. I just that idea of we've been doing it for that long, and yet I still go like, I'm still amazed that people know who I am.
I know.
Or even like seeing people and they go like, oh, I've read your book. I'm like, really?
It's so weird. It is so weird.
Like, are you sure you're not thinking of the other person with the
other
name that wrote a book about surfing? Wait, do you have anybody that's attached to your name that's like famous or anything of the sort? Or is your name special enough?
No.
Say it for me real quick. Say your last name.
Sirotich.
Sirotich. Ooh, that's different than what I thought it was.
Yeah, everyone says it in their own way.
Yeah, I said
fine.
Sirotich.
Yeah,
but Sirotich.
Okay.
You got an emphasis on a different syllable there. Your sounds cooler than what mine did.
Oh.
Sirotich. Yeah. You sound like it sounds more like a tennis player.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's
Sirotich.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it's 15 love Sirotich. Like something about that just rings that way in my head.
It's like Eastern European, so maybe that's why.
Yeah. It's still the Mucinex and the that's still affecting me right now. Bear with it.
You're doing just fine.
Yeah. What was I gonna say though? Oh, I totally lost it. Doesn't matter. Is there a big total subject shift? Sorry, no cool segue here, but is there a big sort of art scene in Buffalo, or is it like galleries and that kind of stuff, or is it
there are like smaller galleries. There's actually two, like, well, I don't know if you could say major, but there's like two really nice, really awesome art museums here. One of them just completed like a multi-year renovation, and it's amazing. It's like it's so great. So, and there's like a lot of arts events, but like I'm not really like a person who goes out and becomes really active in these communities. I'm kind of
A recluse?
Yeah, kind
A
of.
hermit?
Kind of a to myself kind of person. Now, I mean, my community here is like the children's bookstore I mentioned.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of mural work going on here that's pretty cool, and which is sponsored by one of those museums, the AKG. So yeah, it's a good place to be. It's we're also like 2 hours from Toronto, so when I need like a city fix, it's
You can get up
easy
there.
easy
Yeah.
for me to go up there. Yeah.
It's and maybe this says something more about me than or my ignorance. But when I think of Buffalo, the first thing I think of is not like arts and culture.
Sure.
I think of just like, man, you get a lot of snow.
Yeah.
That's basically where my brain goes every single
Yeah,
time.
That's what most people know of Buffalo.
Yeah, it's just like it's the one where it's like we think we got a lot of snow. Check out how these people can't get out of their houses.
Right.
And that's pretty much it.
That's only happened once since I've been back here in 3 years. But
oh wait, because you're from there originally?
Yeah,
or something, right?
My family is from Buffalo. I was born here and I was a kid here, but then my dad moved us to Florida when I was like middle school age. So I was in Florida for a long time.
And how much did you like Florida?
I didn't care for Florida. I'm not a Florida kind of person. You know, I could not handle the heat. The summers were horrible. And it's getting like really weird culturally.
Yeah, I mean, New College is the example of that.
Yeah, it's such a bummer. And we kind of left in the midst. Well, we moved up here during the pandemic, in part because my husband was able to work from home. And like at first they were like, okay, we're gonna do work from home for like a month and like 2 months, now 6 months and whatever. And they kept extending it. And at one point he was like, what if when you guys like call us back to the office, I just live in a different place?
Yeah.
They were, they were like, it's fine. They were,
That's pretty cool. What does he do?
He's a data analyst. Yeah.
It's those computer people that get away with that.
I know.
That's you get to be at home and sit in front of a computer all day long, and
yeah. I mean, we do too, though.
Well, yeah, I don't as a teacher. I have to go.
Oh, well,
in.
true. Okay, yeah.
I still have to report in to educate the youth of tomorrow.
True.
And or somehow secretly warp the minds of the youth of tomorrow. There we go. Is there? Have you ever considered teaching? I mean, you said that. You said that like you thought about going back to school for it, but have you done it at all since?
So I have done so I had a couple years where I was working as like an assistant teacher in 2 different Montessori schools. And I really like the idea of it, and maybe this is because I've only like tried teaching really young kids, but I have like no authority in front of a room of kids. Like I cannot I don't know. I had a few months where they put me in a middle school group, and they walked all over me. It was horrible.
Yeah, that's a middle school.
Yeah.
You walked into the worst situation you could.
Yeah, but even the young ones like really quickly figured out that they could just manipulate me, and I just did not know. I don't know. I mean, I know that like things like behavior management and that stuff can be learned. But that experience just like scared me off. That, and like since I've been doing school visits and stuff, I like every time I leave a school, I am so exhausted. I have to like go sleep for 2 hours.
What about an older group though?
Yeah, maybe an older group. I could see doing like college level.
Yeah, that's I mean, they still come with their problems.
Yeah.
They're still challenging in their own way, but it's definitely not as uh, taxing in the physical way that a little kid
Right.
group would be.
Sure,
But,
sure.
I mean, when I come home at the end of the day, I'm
Yeah.
spent. But
And then you do
definitely,
this until
yeah,
midnight.
yeah. This is manageable.
Yeah.
It's fun stuff, honestly. This is I my wife. I've told her this quite a few times. I think I've even said it on here without thinking that when I said it at first. But I during the school year, when it's a really long day, and then I come home and I'm like, man, I got to get online for 4 hours and perform or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the time, I'm thinking like, oh, I don't want to do this. But in reality, once I get going,
Yeah.
it is super rewarding, and it doesn't. No matter how tired I am, the like conversation and just meeting people,
Yeah.
totally worth it.
I can see that.
Yeah, it's like I don't know as you and I would ever probably run into each other
Right.
on a regular basis of any sort. Maybe at some like big convention or something along that line. But in reality, like this is probably the way that I'll connect with a lot of illustrators.
Yeah.
And
That's really cool.
Yeah, and it's wasn't even started with the intention of being like this
way.
Big. Yeah.
I think the first time I do this, I was like, yes, I will do it sometime because it's, I don't know,
Wait.
kind of intimidating, I guess.
It cut out for a second there. What'd you say? The first time something?
Oh, I think the first time that you asked me to do this, I was like, sure, sometime I'll do it, but like I tend to be like these kinds of things usually really like I get stressed out for a long time until they start. And then once they start, usually within like 2 minutes, I'm like, oh, this is fine.
Yeah.
Like
even now you're drawn, you haven't like thinking back to the beginning of the conversation where I was saying like you'll get used to it and you'll just start drawing.
Right.
You're at a point now where like there's no like stopping and thinking.
Right. Yeah, and this is like I love doing this kind of drawing because it's just like mindless. This is also like what I do in front of the TV at night, like if my kid finally sleeps. You know, I like to do just aimless doodle stuff.
Maybe so here's a question for you then that sort of relates to that, and maybe this is like says something about me too. You like to doodle for fun?
Oh yeah.
Interesting. I have moved past, like, maybe it makes me sound really, really jaded, but like I don't really draw for fun anymore.
Really?
And it's
like when you're doing like right now you're doing a piece, like are you doing it to add to your portfolio? Are you doing it like with a specific project in mind, or?
No, just sort of like just making, but like let's put it this way. I do it here, but if you ask me like, do I want to spend my nights drawing? No, I don't really. And I think it's partially because I spend all day in like an environment where I'm talking art.
Yeah.
So like the last thing I want to do is like sit down and do more art for fun. I see these as like a conversation thing, right, more so than an art making thing for me.
Well, I mean, and you've got like there's like 3 different things because you're talking art all day, and then you have your professional like either book work or whatever, and then there's the question of, do you want to draw for fun?
Yeah.
So that's yeah.
I mean, it sounds really harsh, but like, yeah, it's a job.
Yeah.
I don't know as it's the most exciting or I don't know if it's something that like I look at and go like, well, this is really relaxing for me at this point, because I've turned it into something that has become more of a like a performance or something of that sort.
Yeah.
That makes it sound really sad. That's not
a little.
Oh, you know what? This is the most amazing thing I've ever done, and there's nothing better. No, it takes effort. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
But the thing that I get out of it is I get the conversation and I get to talk to people, and sort of like that's the reward for me more so than the visual.
Right. The outcome of the.
Yeah. Do you what's your studio practice look like? Are you someone that draws? I mean, obviously, if you like to draw and doodle for fun, but are you someone that draws every day?
No, but I blame my kid for that.
Okay. So if it wasn't for you having this horrible thing called a child,
This bundle of joy.
Yeah, yeah. The scourge of your life, you would be able to.
Oh.
She's not listening, is she?
No, she's 4, and I'm pretty sure she's in bed because I don't hear her yelling.
Okay, good. No, I'm sure she's wonderful.
I would say, like, before I became a mom, I probably did draw every day, whether I had a project going on or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. But now, not really. I mean, I've gone pretty long stretches, especially like the first couple of years when I was just like a new mom, and it was like pandemic, and like so when I was pregnant, I was doing 2 books at the same time. I was doing Male Duck and Can We Be Friends? And I finished those when I was like maybe 4 or 5 months pregnant. And then I got 2 more board books to illustrate. And I was like, okay, this entire thing has to be done by this like 9-month mark, you know?
Yeah.
And so I was like really intensely working throughout my pregnancy. And then as soon as she was born, it was like, it just dropped off a cliff, and, I wasn't really doing anything. And it really, like, if I go too long without drawing or sketching or doodling or whatever, it can just be doodling. Like, it doesn't take much to like satisfy the itch, but like I get like very, very, I don't know, irritable. Like, it really, like, I feel more stressed. Like, it's definitely like an outlet that I need in my day-to-day life. So
I think at one point I was maybe like more on a daily practice, especially when I was younger. But I think that I've gotten to a point where it's just like I'm old and tired.
Well, I mean, like, it's like saying like daily practice makes it sound so like, I don't know, professional or something. Like, I just literally like doodle on, it might be on a piece of copy paper, or like if I've got a sketchbook going in there and it's, just mindless, whatever.
Yeah.
It's more to like just get the itch out than to, complete anything.
Yeah. Do you find that like one of the things that I found, and I think maybe this is why it's sort of the appeal isn't there to just like sit down and sketch for me, is that I have so many other things going in my life now that are not just art.
Yeah.
Like, I think when I was fresh out of school, it was like, I'm going to be amazing and this is going to be the coolest ride ever. And now I've gotten to the point where it's like, oh man, I got to get up early in the morning because I got to go take my kid to practice, or, like, it's not to say that it's his fault. It's not, That's not the issue, but more so just like literally life gets busier.
It really does.
This is sad. Let's talk about something fun.
Oh my God, I feel like this is gone.
No, this is me. It's all me. This is me just being like tired and worn out. It's the end of the school year.
It's me too. I just like, I told my friend that I was doing this, and I was like, I don't know if I'm in the headspace for this, because like things have been getting me down lately. So
okay, we're gonna lift it up right now. Right? All right. How close is Buffalo to Niagara Falls?
Like 30 minutes.
So you've been there, I assume, right?
Oh yeah.
Is it considered? Because I've been there once.
Okay.
and I remember thinking it was not like as glamorous as it was made out to be in like Superman, whatever it was. Is it something that you go to for like fun, or is it like you've been and you're good now?
I've been and I'm good. But I mean, if we have visitors who want to see it or haven't seen it, we do take them.
Gotcha.
You probably didn't go in the winter, but it's actually really cool in the winter.
I could.
It's like
it's all frozen, and do they shut down the falls?
It doesn't freeze. The falls don't really freeze over, but like everything around it does, and so it's like super steamy and really like, I don't know. I think it looks more epic in the winter.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I will say the one time that we went, the only thing that I really, I remember like some of it, but I remember two things. One, on the American side of the falls, no, wasn't it yeah, it was the American side of the falls, I think. You could just like walk in at one point on one side of the river. It seemed like there was nothing stopping. Yeah. There was no barrier.
Yeah, it's a little scary.
And
there's like
the other one,
trails all the way like up the gorge and like along the Niagara River.
Yeah.
Like hiking trails. And yeah, you totally could just walk into the river if you want to.
I remember seeing that and being like, this doesn't seem safe. Like walking along and seeing like you could just reach down into the water. Yeah. I forget exactly. Yeah, you cross that little island or whatever it is, and then all of a sudden you're there. But the other thing that I remember is when we were there, supposedly someone fell in over the cliff that was up on a railing taking a picture or something like that.
Oh my God.
And they went to find the person, and they dredged up someone else.
God.
And it was like right after we left or whatever that came up. And like, those are the two things I remember about it. I remember it was I remember that, and then I think there's like a Ripley's Believe It or Not or something like that.
Yeah, that's on the Canadian side. The Canadian side is like Clifton Hill, and it's like a big tourist strip. Okay. And it goes like up a kind of steep hill, and there's like all kinds of tourist trap kind of places on either side, and Ripley's Believe It or Not is one of them. And I haven't done that since I was a kid, actually, but I do remember it pretty vividly going.
It's I mean, nothing classes up a joint like Ripley's. It's my parents live down in Tennessee, and there's a place called Gatlinburg.
Oh yes.
And Pigeon Forge, and it has that same sort of like, when you get 15 go-kart places in a row, I don't think that property values are skyrocketing there. It's a different environment.
Yeah.
Well,
what is there in New Hampshire where you are that's like, is there like a touristy thing, like, because I've pretty much always lived in tourist trap places. Like I lived in Florida for so long, in Sarasota and then St. Pete, both of which are like beach destinations for people.
Yeah.
And then I lived in San Francisco, which is like my favorite place in this country, and it's just so beautiful there. But it is like at any given time there's like more tourists there than there are residents.
I'm trying to think of like what's here. First of all, my wife and Katie said, way to change the subject to something less depressing.
Someone dredging up bodies out of Niagara Falls.
I'm just on fire today. No, what's around us? We have America's Stonehenge is just up the road from us, and which is like a weird little stone structure thing from back in the day. There is Robert Frost's house.
Cool.
There's a bunch of like fishing towns.
Oh, cute.
I mean, we live in an area like not just here, but the sort of north shore of Boston. We're in, like the school that I teach at is just across the bridge from Salem, Massachusetts.
Okay.
So you have all the like witch stuff, and you have Paul Revere's Ride, and you have all the like, there's a lot of history.
I always
in the houses.
Forget like how close things are to each other in like New England proper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The end of our road is Massachusetts, and we live in New Hampshire.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
we're like that, and then I actually, in order to go into Maine, we go from New Hampshire to Massachusetts, back to New Hampshire, and then into Maine, because everything is so close across the board.
Yeah.
I remember
Cool.
my high school friend came out one time, and my parents were living in New Jersey, and I was in Providence because I was at RISD at the time, and I told my friend, like, okay, you're just gonna have to deal with this, and so I drove him into Massachusetts so we could drive from Massachusetts to Rhode Island to Connecticut to New York to New Jersey in a matter of like 4 hours.
Gosh.
Just to blow his mind, because he was coming from Minnesota.
Right.
And, like, that would barely get you through the state of any sort there.
Right. Well, like in Florida too, like you can't get out of Florida in 4 hours from where I was living. Yeah.
Yeah.
So your
It's,
options are really limited. Yeah.
It's the wonder of living in New England, but we also have there are challenges that go along with that. Let's put it that way. The closeness. There's some rivalries and some folks on of different states that don't always think the nicest things about each other.
Oh, okay.
Even though we all root for the same sport teams. Red Sox, yay! But you know what I can't stand? Those Connecticut folks, or those what have you. Well, okay, this is again depressing. Let's okay. How about this? I'm gonna ask some weird questions now.
Okay.
Is that part of the night? Okay. If you had to die, no, I'm just joking.
Gosh.
If you had to be an animal,
Ooh.
that was not an animal that you have a connection to right now, like not a cat or a dog or those kind of things. What's the go-to? What would be the thing that you'd like? I gotta be this animal, and why?
I gotta be. Okay. I really, really like capybaras. So, so we have the zoo here in Buffalo is right next to our neighborhood. So we live in a neighborhood called Parkside, and it's called that because we're beside Delaware Park, which is like a big giant park in Buffalo. And the zoo, the city zoo, is in the park. So we can walk over there, and it's like a smallish zoo, but it's nice. It's like it's in, for the most part, the animals seem happy-ish, but
not depressing.
Nope. They are thrilled to be there. And there's like a rainforest building that's really cool, and there's like a kind of rivery thing running through it, and there's one capybara. There's tons of different animals that live in there, like lots of birds and turtles and stuff, but there's one capybara that lives in that river, and he is my favorite guy to watch. We actually went there today, and I was like taking pictures of him, and he swims. He can go pretty much wherever he wants, and he swims in that river, and he just looks so like chill, and I think capybaras have the life.
I'm not big on rodents in general, but capybaras I'm okay with.
Yeah. They don't even look like a rodent, though. I was thinking that today. I was like, this thing looks more like a pig. Like, especially the shape of its body, and like it's the way it walks.
Yeah.
And his like front feet are like, they look like little like pig hoofs or something. Hooves.
It's the speed factor for me. They're like a mouse can move too fast for my liking.
Yeah.
But a capybara, like the like sort of slow lumbering, like it's not gonna like scurry up your pant leg
No,
or anything of the sort.
no.
And so like that, it gets the vote of approval for me there. Now, if is there an animal that you absolutely would like to wipe off the face of this planet? And I know this sounds depressing, but like, what's the thing that scares you? What's the like?
Well, I mean, I don't have a lot of animal fears, but I can't get down with I can't get with cockroaches, which is probably like most people's answer for that.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out there going like, yeah, you know what my favorite animal is? Cockroach.
I mean, I haven't even seen a cockroach, I think, since maybe once or twice since I've moved up north. But in Florida, they're just like a fact of life, and they're horrible. They're just.
Do you get?
I mean,
do you get house caterpillars there?
Oh well, we get house centipedes.
House centipedes. That's what it is.
Yeah.
House centipedes.
Yes, that was new to me. That was yeah, that surprised me. And they are long and fast, and some of them have really, really long legs. Like it almost looks like hair or something. They are something.
That's yeah. We didn't have those in Minnesota, and when I came out here and I saw one for the first time in the college dorm bathroom, I was horrified. I was like, "What is this thing?"
Yeah,
it is not of this world.
Yeah,
but it's a very like New England sort of northern East Coast thing that I just never have got around to. Yeah, my wife said, yeah, we called them the same thing in college. We called them X-File bugs.
Yes, totally.
And I don't wait. Did you call them that too?
No, but
okay.
But that's totally appropriate.
It's the right name for what they are.
Yes,
they're disturbing on a multiple levels.
Yeah.
Now, okay, that's that did turn a little bit dark in a way, but okay, we're gonna lighten up. We're gonna lighten it up. Ice cream flavor of choice, and why?
Okay, so I have dairy sensitivities, sadly. So I usually can't do regular ice cream, so I have to go for dairy-free ice creams, and oftentimes they are coconut based. And luckily I really like coconut. But since I've kind of cut out most of that stuff, I don't really do ice cream all that much. But anyway, I would say I really like mint chip.
Good choice.
Yep. And I used to be a big fan of coffee flavored ice cream. Like even when I was a kid, that was my favorite ice cream.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. And
I don't know why they were
letting me have coffee. Really bailed on that last part. And then, do you have good ice cream like homemade ice cream places there for your daughter at least?
Oh yeah, definitely. And she is an aficionado. So. And
what's her favorite choice?
Usually it's chocolate, but then if I get something that's, whatever I want, she'll usually steal it from me, and then I have to kind of eat her dairy ice cream, because usually I'll get the non-dairy.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, this is not gonna.
The problem with all those places, this is like grumpy corner. When little kids get ice cream at those, they always I want this, and they want the biggest thing. No, let me get him a kid scoop, and then they have my son will have 3 bites, and he's like, I'm done. And it's well, now it's going to waste, and then I have to eat it, or someone else has to eat it, and then we get all big and fat. Yeah. That's life.
My kid is like that with everything. She'll be like, I want, a grilled cheese. I'm like, okay. So I go and make a grilled cheese, and she takes a bite out of it, and then she's like, no, I wanted a quesadilla. And I'm like, you didn't say quesadilla, you said grilled cheese. And, I think my mistake is that I usually indulge her. But
that is our son is very much like what do you want for dinner? And then he asks me to make him something, and then he starts in and he's full and doesn't eat the like really hard thing to make. Like apple slices, fine. Not to eat those, and the world is not going to like fall apart. But when you ask for some like complicated or time consuming thing, like why? And then my wife is always doesn't want to waste food, so it's always coming my way. And then I get big and fat. Always ends up that way. She's listening upstairs, and so she may be having opinions on what I just said. But yeah, I know kid eating is problematic. Wait? Okay, this is for the parents out there. Wait. Oh, Daughter Earth Illustrated. Katie says, Erica, I've just discovered a new avocado-based mint chips.
Really?
And chocolate chip. There's a, what is that one called? A brand that's near us too.
That sounds weird. Avocado-based.
Yeah, and it's really good. It's creamy. Huh. My wife is dairy-free, and gluten-free and fun-free, and so she has all those kinds of things. But oh man, I think it was just called Cotto or something like that. It was.
Oh yeah, cool.
Some brand like that that's around here. But shoot, what was I gonna say? It was something about kids and
dietary.
Yeah. Does your daughter actually eat lots of like variety for food, or is it primarily?
She's a pretty good eater, and she's like surprised us a lot with the stuff that she likes to eat. Like we're both vegetarians, and we've been vegetarians for I have for like 20 years plus.
Yeah.
And so like at home we don't make meat, but if she goes like to my sister's house, you know, she can have whatever they're making, or she can try whatever they're making.
Yeah.
So her favorite food now is ham, and like we went to a diner with my sister and they got some ham something, and she like shouts at the top of her lungs, I love ham. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, I guess I'm depriving this kid by
It's my I don't know if I should say this on here. I probably shouldn't say this. My son also, like we're not vegetarian. I was vegan when I was in school, so we're very limited on what we do eat for meat. So it's primarily like chicken.
Yeah.
But we basically get veggie dogs.
Yeah.
And things of the sort. And then anytime my son does try a real hot dog, I'm sure that it's like just like, what is this thing?
Right.
Like a turkey dog. Like I'm sure it's just such a wild flavor.
Yeah.
But no, I shouldn't say this. Never mind. I won't say it. He calls. Okay. This is if my wife is listening, I'm sorry, Lauren. He started eating hot dogs. The veggie dogs you can just eat like cold.
Yeah.
And he started calling them raw dogs.
Okay.
And it's an absolute giggle fest for my wife and I whenever he called it that. And yeah, that's the story that I was hesitant on saying, and I said it now. You're welcome, world.
That's one of the best things about kids, though, is like the way, like the terms they come up for things, and the you know,
naivete.
Yeah.
Like, what your daughter has to have the weird word for something, right? Like our son used to call vampires man-fires.
Aw, that's cute.
What's your daughter? You got to have something like that.
Yeah. So the latest one is so we don't really we haven't done like any Disney movies or anything yet with her, and like not really intentionally, but we haven't done like princess stories and things like that, you know, like we do picture books, and I haven't like shown her that stuff yet, but she does go to like pre-K, and she came home one day and she she always likes to play. She wants me, she's an only kid, so there's not another kid to play with in the house. So she's wanting me to play hide and go seek or any kind of chase type thing. And so she wanted me to chase her around the house. And she's like, I want you to talk like the Eagle Witch. And I'm like, the Eagle Witch? It took me a while to figure out what she's talking about. But
she's trying to say evil?
She's saying evil witch. But I don't think she knows what evil means.
Yeah.
And like we haven't watched like any movies that would have an evil witch in them or anything. So she's just she's calling it an eagle witch. And I think that's pretty cute.
I thought it was gonna like I heard evil witch the first time, and that's where I was like, oh, that's what she said, and then I realized you were saying eagle. But I was just like at first thinking like, what does witch mean though? Like what that? Is the I'm trying to think of other ones that our son he used to, what was really cute that our son did was he used to have trouble with ST as a sound. And so he'd say I'm sorry, TH.
Oh yeah.
So like think. And so instead of saying think though, he would say stink. And so he would all these times go, I stink that we should go over here. And like as a childish adult, my son walking around saying I stink was always so fun. I wish that like there's probably got to be a book out there somewhere that like someone's done all about those
probably
like silly that kids say.
I have a note file in my phone. Otherwise I would pull it up. But of stuff she said, that's just.
Yeah. That's my wife has the same thing. She has a whatever it is, the notes app in iPhone that just like loaded with silly things or stuff that was said. I mean, the amount that we document what kids say nowadays or things that they do compared to what we were when we were little.
Totally.
Like I'm sure that I said dumb stuff back in the day, or cute stuff back in the day. I know that I said ambience.
Ooh, ambience.
That like, oh, it's an ambience.
Oh, like an ambulance. I was thinking, I don't know why my mind went to ambiance. Like, why would you be saying ambiance as a little kid?
Yeah.
But
this, we were very sophisticated back in the day. We'd have 6-year-old dinner parties, set the mood with a nice candlelight and a chandelier up above our play table. Wait, at the drop of a cat book is kind of about that. But it's out an adult. That's what Katie says here.
Cool.
I have to wait for all this like paper to dry as I slowly build up.
I can't even see what you're doing because.
Oh, here I'll shift. Can you look in your phone?
Yeah, I'm looking.
So I got a monkey, a lion, a giraffe, and an elephant, and then there's gonna be a snake that's gonna be like going all through the table, and then I have to draw little chairs and faces and all that.
I love it.
Taking a while.
I didn't even stick with the prompt. I just am drawing a bunch of random.
What's your favorite thing to draw? Because I imagine you're like me, where like animals.
It's always animals. Yeah. And I don't love doing people, but.
Is there
sometimes you gotta
an animal that's the go-to? I mean, obviously you like dogs, but is there anything other than dogs?
I draw alligators a lot.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Is that a holdover from Florida?
I don't know. I just love their shape. Now,
wait, are you drawing alligators or are you drawing crocodiles?
To me, they're alligators. But sometimes my daughter does say that it's a crocodile, and then I'm like, fine, I guess.
How do you tell the difference?
That's something that I used to know, and I actually don't know if I remember. But Katie definitely would know because she's like a biologist.
Oh, that's true. I think from what I remember, it was like a crocodile.
Teeth thing, right?
Yeah, their teeth cross. So like
Yeah.
crocodile or crocodile.
Oh.
But I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, I don't either.
Katie's got to chime in and tell us the truth of the matter. When you were living in Florida, did you live in an area where you had to worry about that kind of critter?
Well, you could definitely see them if you wanted to, or even if you didn't want to. Yeah, they were definitely around.
Katie just chimed in with the difference is if you see it in a while or if you see it later. That's how you tell the difference.
Adorable.
And,
thank you, Katie.
I think we have to kick Katie off of this. Katie's no longer allowed to chime in for the rest of the evening.
She's a stage.
I remember when my cousins lived in Florida that I remember being very surprised by lizards everywhere.
Oh yeah, there's little lizards everywhere, and geckos, which can get like a lot bigger than the lizards you're talking about.
Yeah, I remember waking up and being like, "What's that on the ceiling?" And then all of a sudden, like, nope, that's some lizard that's having a good old day looking down at me.
I used to love the lizards everywhere. A good friend of mine who lives in Florida still, she's like in the Tampa area. She has like a lizard phobia, and that is tricky living in Florida because they really are everywhere.
I could see. I mean, I wasn't keen on the idea of like a lizard falling on me.
Yeah.
Similar to that, like rodent sort of, skittish nature of one of those lizards.
It's the fast move.
Yeah, that wasn't cool. I don't think I'd want that. But I didn't have to deal with it all that much in my neck of the woods.
Right.
We didn't have that. We had I don't even know if we had a lot of dangerous things. We had trout and northern pike. In Minnesota, we had lots of. I think there were probably wolves somewhere.
Oh yeah.
Not in our...
Oh yeah, there definitely are wolves. Yeah.
Yeah, not in the city area I was in.
Right. Sure. There's probably coyotes because they're everywhere now.
Yeah, there was mosquitoes.
Oh.
That's
yeah.
Oof, but I feel like that's everywhere too.
Yeah.
Are you guys inundated with no, this is dark again. I was gonna say, are you guys inundated with ticks?
So I keep hearing about it, but I have not experienced it yet, which knock on wood, I'm not wanting to.
Yeah.
But I've been hearing about it like not far from here. So I think I need to be like checking the dogs more often. They only really go, for walks in our neighborhood and in the yard, but
Wait, you have dogs, not dog. You have dogs?
We have 2 dogs
and
1 cat.
What kind of dogs?
So we have Rooney. She is a Dachshund Chihuahua Poodle mix, but she doesn't really look like. She looks maybe like a large Dachshund and a poodle because she's like got curly hair and she's like long and low. She's kind of big for those breeds. She's probably 23 pounds. So her claim to fame is that she was in the Puppy Bowl.
Oh, wait. I think I remember this. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I remember seeing that.
Yeah.
Did she win?
She scored a touchdown.
What? Okay. So your dog was in the Puppy Bowl. Now, this is before you had...
So I applied to adopt her. It was actually kind of like a weird coincidence because we were in the process of moving up here from Florida to Buffalo. And my dog, Russell, who is like my heart and soul dog, passed the year before. And I was not trying to adopt a dog at the time, but a friend of mine sent me her picture and she really looked like a baby Russell at the time. And I was like, oh my God. And I was like, I don't need a dog we don't need another dog right now. But she was like, here, why don't you just chat with the foster mom? And I don't know. I was weak. And so it's a Florida rescue that she came from. She actually came from Louisiana, after she was like a hurricane survivor dog. And I ended up applying, was like, okay, we want this dog. And I applied for her, but I said, is there any way, so some rescues will be like, you have to live within the county or whatever. And I said, like, would it be okay if we adopted her and then immediately moved out of the state,
Great.
Disappeared.
Yeah.
Disappeared with the dog. And the thing that was like wild about it was they were like, well, she's actually scheduled to be in the puppy bowl, and the puppy bowl was filmed in Syracuse, New York, which is 2 hours from Buffalo.
Oh yeah.
And
yeah, okay.
And they were flying her up to Syracuse like it was the week after we got here or something. It was the craziest thing. So they were like, they approved us to adopt her, and we got to, like, she went and performed in the puppy bowl, and then we went and a week later drove to Syracuse and picked her up.
What? So I'm confused. Like, I get the idea that she was in the puppy bowl, but like, and that you didn't know, but how did she even get chosen for the puppy bowl?
Right. The puppy bowl is it's like basically it's kind of like a fundraiser for rescues and shelters, I guess.
Yeah.
And so every year the puppy bowl people choose, I think it's, I don't know, 6 or 8 rescues or shelters, and they kind of feature them, and then each one brings like 2 or 3 dogs.
Okay.
And then they all come to the location, like where they shoot it. And yeah, so the rescue that she's from just happened to be one of the ones that they were featuring that year. So it was just totally random. So all of the dogs in the puppy bowl are adoptable, but they air the puppy bowl like a few months after they actually shoot it. So usually the dogs are all adopted by the time they air it. So like when the puppy bowl was on, we had a little puppy watch party, and it was pretty cool.
And have you had any claim to fame after that with?
No, after it was over, nobody cared anymore. So
that's a real shame. You could have started an Instagram account.
I know.
Gotten some endorsement deals.
Yeah. I feel like there have been a lot of like missed opportunities like that, where like probably I could have done something with that, but.
And now does she have a like an attitude?
She really does. Like she must know that she's a celebrity. She's a lot better now that she's like 2, but my God, we adopted her and she was like 6 months old or 5 months old or something, and she was crazy. And so we basically had 2 babies at the same time.
Oh yeah. You really lucked out there.
We were like, why did we do this again? Okay.
Two babies, a new house.
Yeah.
Moving, all the fun stuff that went along with it.
Yeah.
What's the other dog?
Oh, the other dog is she was my husband's dog when I met him, and her name is Padme, and she is a fluffy Pomeranian, and she's 16 now. She's like old and cranky and crotchety.
So did you just reveal that your husband's a nerd?
Whoops. He brought that on himself by naming her pet.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's really sorry. Chose that name and is gonna have to live with that one for a while.
Well, here's the thing. You know how I did Asian religion in college? Like the word Padme is a Sanskrit word. Well, Padma is a Sanskrit word that means lotus. And I am not like a Star Wars person. I'm not even confident that Padme is from Star Wars. And when I met him and I heard her name, I was like, oh, she has a Sanskrit name? And he was like, what?
Yeah. That's what it is. Yeah. I intended it to be a very smart name. Hey, it's no worse than our dog names. We're just not on the Star Wars theme. That's all.
One of your dogs is Mayo, isn't it?
Yeah, Little Miss Mayonnaise and chicken noodle corn dog. It's not like ours are like these like real classy joints.
Well, that's really cute. Well, sometimes I call Padme Patty Mayonnaise, like from Doug.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Wait a second. Okay, hold on. No, how do I ask this without being rude?
That just showed my age.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I was wondering, like, you must be younger than me. Then what? How about this? Don't reveal your age. What year did you graduate high school?
2000.
Yeah, you're younger than me. Okay. I was like, I feel like that's the generation underneath me, or not the generation, but the a few years younger than me, because
the cohort.
What is that? That's Arthur? Oh. No, not Arthur. What's the show?
What? Doug?
Doug. Thank you. I couldn't think of the name of the show.
Okay.
Yeah, that wasn't of my world.
Well, what was your
go-to show?
Yeah.
I
mean, I'm not saying Doug was my go-to show, but I watched Doug and I liked it.
I mean, yeah, you had the posters and all the stuff, but what was the like of that? I mean, Simpsons was like new animation of that time.
But you didn't
so,
watch
a lot of people
Simpsons as a kid, did you? Or did you?
As like probably a 12-year-old.
Okay.
As a little kid, though, the stuff that I grew up where I was like, let's say 6 to 8, somewhere in that range. Well, you know what it was for me? It was like DuckTales.
Okay, yeah. My cousins watched DuckTales, and I was like, I can't get into it.
Yeah, DuckTales, or previous to that was my go-to was Mask.
Mask.
MASK. Mobile Air Strike Command. Yeah. No, see, I can officially. It's not nerdy or anything. It was a show that was sort of like Transformers and G.I. Joe mixed together. Okay. That's the best way I can describe it. And it was like cars that transformed into planes, and then guys wore masks.
Okay.
That was about it. But it was cool and sophisticated and stuff. So like,
right.
Don't you dare challenge it. I was a real winner back in the day.
Well, we watched like Ren and Stimpy and Pete and Pete and
good ones. Pete and Pete is amazing.
All that Nickelodeon stuff.
The president of my school the other day was asking about, do the students nowadays know Pee Wee Herman?
Oh yeah.
And I was like, I don't think they do. I mean, they've heard the name, but I don't know if they've processed what it actually or like seen the show of sorts. But that was also of the era, was like growing up with that.
Pee Wee Herman lived in Sarasota. Where I was. Yeah.
Isn't it? Is
Paul Rubens.
What else was? I feel like he was down there, and someone else was down there that was like of that same sort of like, not necessarily genre, but of that sort of.
Well, Jerry Springer also lived there.
Oh.
Maybe not what you were thinking, but.
No, but yeah, real class act.
Oh yeah.
You got you won with that one. But wait, wasn't Judge Judy down there too?
Oh, I think so. I remember someone saying that they like saw her in an airport and like freaked out.
Freaked out. Someone saw her in the airport, and she when your go-to line is "Don't pee on my leg," and tell me it's raining or whatever that whole phrase was. That's you know that she's a real class act with that one. All right, we're getting there. This is gonna take me a while. I gotta get up. I gotta give the graduation speech tomorrow too.
Are you serious? Oh my god!
Yeah.
Have you written it or?
No, I've written.
Oh,
I've written it. It's all set. I just I gotta get up and say it in front of people.
All right. Well, just don't mix the champagne and Mucinex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I was so gone with that. It was such a bad combo. I feel so dumb that I know that I was probably looking like an absolute idiot, just staring off into nothingness as the meeting went on. Put some monkey fingers here. I'm trying to figure out how to do these relatively simple so I don't have to do tons of details on all these critters.
Man, I wish I was doing a complete piece. I'm just doodling cactus.
This is just the way that I operate, though.
Yeah.
Not everybody. Most people come on and doodle, and I'm just the dummy who says I'm gonna go all in and make a piece every time.
Yeah.
I also don't like to stop halfway.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if that's something that you do too, but it's a OCD sort of thing for me. If I stop, then I feel like I've quit.
If you stop, is it hard for you to go back to it? Or are you just?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's part of it is, and this is maybe a challenge that's maybe a little bit more on the sort of traditional side of, especially if I'm using colors and having to make paint, I forget. And so by the next time that I sort of get back to the paint, I forget what combination or what percentage of paint needs to be together to get those colors. And so anytime I work on a book, if I can, I try to finish the spread or the element in one sitting, so I don't have to go and remix and sort of and honestly, that's one of the reasons why I use texture in the pieces is I just don't have to consider it.
Yeah.
I can just cover it up with some texture and go, that's what I meant to do, and live my life thereafter.
I think the digital equivalent of that is sometimes I'll do a piece if I'm doing it completely digitally, or even if it's just a color, and then I won't remember what brushes I used, and I'll really like how something looks in a certain spot, and it's I have 50 billion brushes. Who knows what I used?
Yep. That's wait, what are you using when you do digital? Are you a Photoshop?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I do some Procreate now. I actually like to do line work if I'm doing digital line work. I like it in Procreate better than Photoshop.
Yep.
So I'll just do the line work in Procreate and import it over, which is usually pretty seamless.
Yeah, I do the same thing, alignment and color shifts and whatnot like that. That is a go-to for Photoshop. But any drawing, or any really finite things, I just think the iPad's a little bit easier for me.
Yeah.
As a whole, are you someone that uses? I mean, you mentioned using Illustrator, but are you someone that uses InDesign ever for work?
No, I don't. I don't know the first thing about InDesign.
How do you, when you put your dummies together and stuff like that, how are you putting those together?
Just in Photoshop.
And then just a bunch of PDFs that come out?
Yeah. I mean, my dummies are basically a page with thumbnails. I usually don't,
really?
Yeah, I usually don't go crazy with a dummy.
Oh man, I need to teach me your ways, wise one. Oh wow, I just got real nerdy there. Sorry. I go a little too hard on dummy books.
Yeah.
Even when I send stuff off to Jen, it's like, here's the finished dummy book. Uh, and my dummy, like, or basically like, here's a finished sketch
Yeah.
for the thing. And even when I do, like the book I'm supposed to be starting up here, thumbnails are due in a couple of weeks. And I'm going to probably end up doing like basically the finished sketch for the entire thing just because my brain works that way. So, but
I mean, I would say my thumbnails are pretty precise, but it's just, for me, it's just a page like with, you know, like side by side with like spreads, you know.
Yeah.
But usually the text I just like write it in, and yeah, I don't go super crazy with it.
I also I one of the challenges I have is the book series, the Penny book series. There's a ton of stuff that happens on every page, and so like even if I wanted to, I need to actually like be very careful about type placement and how big it is to make sure that the story reads the right direction. And so I'm doing like the full. I lay out all the type in InDesign, and then put it into Procreate to sketch around.
So you don't do that for like the final book, right? I mean, that your designer or whatever does that, right?
Yeah, the designer does that. However, a lot of the books that I work on, I end up doing painted type in.
Yeah.
So like, you know, sound effects or you know, those kind of little odds and ends.
Yeah.
And so those I have to put in there. But I'm also, I mean, my background is also in I have a MFA in visual design.
Okay.
And so like I want to be involved in some of that if I can. I probably shouldn't be because it just probably convolutes the whole process. But I like being able to sit there and manipulate the type around and whatnot. And so like when they give me room to play and make my own galleys, I have fun with it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, that's good.
But it's again, I'm not an expert, but if they let me choose, I would love to choose a typeface. But I never asked to do that.
Oh, okay.
I think that's I have a feeling they would not like the typeface that I would want, or it'd be, you know, the legibility would probably not be perfect for the age group.
Right. Well, have you ever had a book where the designer is adamant about a certain typeface and you're just like not feeling it?
Not really. I think the thing is, most of the books that I've worked on have been pretty standard type work. It's not like there has not been something that's been super wild in its approach with type. And so if that were to occur, I would probably have some pretty serious concerns, because I want to, like, if they want to make something real funky. But I've also, have you made your own typeface or anything?
I haven't, but my one experience with kind of struggling with the whole thing was for Found Dogs, which was my debut as author illustrator. And they chose the typeface that is in the book as it is. And when actually first they mocked up the book with my sketches, with my really, really like loose sketches to help me, you know, illustrate around where the type would be, which, and at that point they used a typeface that I really liked. It was really like kind of playful, but not too crazy. So I kind of thought that's what it was going to be. And then after I submitted the finals and everything, and they, you know, finished with it, they had ended up with a typeface. I don't know what it's called, and I know it's not like Comic Sans, but I gotta say, it has Comic Sans vibes, and I was strongly like, oh God, like, can we not use this? And it went back and forth. Like, we went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth about it. And I think I even had Jen talk to the editor about it because I felt so strongly about it. And they were just like, we like it.
Yeah, no, I can imagine, especially with something like, yeah, Comic Sans or Papyrus or
anything like that. And I'm sure that this typeface, I know that it's not, but it really kind of feels like it, you know?
I always have to have the conversation with students at school that like Comic Sans is not a bad font. It's an overused font.
Yeah.
And there's a huge difference because students will always go like, it's a horrible font. Like, actually, if you go back and study the history on it and get into all that stupid nuance that goes with it, but it is so overused that anything, you're right, anything that looks even vaguely familiar to that, or you know, in the same sort of family or genre,
Yeah.
is going to be hard for not only for the artist, but a good majority of the world out there knows that those fonts are not always the most beautiful thing to put on your work.
Right, and I just couldn't figure out why that was like, I don't know. But it was also my debut, you know. I mean, I had done a few books before that, but I feel like I didn't really have any clout or anything.
Yeah.
So
it's my first book. You do what I say.
Right.
Katie says, I'm looking at the Found Dogs font now. I like it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
wait. Did you not design the word Found Dogs?
Oh, well, the cover is, no, I didn't actually. And I like the cover type treatment.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the interior, which is not the same.
Yeah, I guess I got to open it up and look. I like the character in like the lowercase g and the variables. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
It's the same font that they used for your name.
Oh yes, right. It is.
You know what else I really like about this book is the bind edge.
I know, isn't it a little like? Well, what do you like about it?
I like that it feels a little bit like it's a bookbinding cloth.
Oh yeah.
Like
I was gonna say it's like a little golden bookish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that sort of vibe to it.
Yeah, I do too.
There's that one, and what's the other company that always does that? Is it Flying Eye that always does that?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But I always kind of
Their
have
stuff
dug
is beautiful.
that. Yeah. I'm getting, let's see. I'm not even sure if this is a lunch table anymore, but it's a bunch of critters around a table. It's changed. It's changed.
That's okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome. I love the worm.
A worm. It's gonna be a snake.
Oh, okay. It's a snake. Well, it's like half of an inch on my screen.
I like the idea though. There's gonna be a lion and a monkey and an elephant and a giraffe, and then just big old worm.
Why not?
Just classic worm. I actually need to do I was gonna draw a pattern on it, which is gonna help make it less worm-like. But worms are actually pretty amazing. I would never want to touch a worm, but worms in artwork is pretty amazing. Do you know the artist Naomi Vola?
I don't think so.
Oh,
but maybe.
I think it's Naomi, or Lauren. If you're listening, you can correct me. Someone asked to see the bind edge up close. Let me see if I can get it up here close on camera here. Naomi Vola did this amazing book, and I have it down here somewhere, I think, that is just this weird, like, abstract on worms.
Oh, really?
And I wonder if I can find it real quick, because it is one of my favorite books that I've read this year.
Wow.
I don't know if it's for kids in particular. It may be upstairs still. I have to look and see. Lauren, is the worm book up there? I think so, yeah. Here, my wife's going to get it for me.
Cool.
I'll show you this, because it is so funny. Okay. Here. I'm on the stairs. On the stairs, people. It is called The Unfortunate Life of Worms.
Oh man, I'm writing that down.
And this book is, for anybody that's it's a big, it's not like a little kid's book.
Okay.
But it can be read by kids.
Oh, that already looks cool.
Yeah, and it's like there's text and whatnot, but then you get in the chapters and it's like the earthworm. This is an earthworm.
Oh my
The anatomy.
god.
Different figures and earthworms' typical face expressions.
Oh my
I don't know
god.
show this on there. And it is like very short. And they all have little cute faces. And then here's earthworms in the world. We just got a book that she did where it has worms who are sunbathing, and she actually put like little pixelation blurred sections on them. You don't see their private. And like her work is just so fun.
I'm getting that. I'm
yeah.
ordering.
Everything that she gets is just, or everything that she's made is so top notch. But like the end papers, are just like they're little worms. They're so good.
Okay, I have two things to say about worms. Okay. The first one is that one of my little secret things is that I have a worm hidden in every one of my books.
Uh-oh, here we go. Thermos Found Dogs. Let's see. Wait.
I actually don't remember where it is in Found Dogs, but and then the other thing is, so I've always been really drawn to worms and like wormy little guys, and so I recently got back into keeping an aquarium, and my favorite fish is a loach. Do you know what a loach is?
No clue.
It's kind of like a wormy little fish. Should I share it? Because my aquarium's in my studio right here.
Yeah.
This is like here.
I don't know where the worm is. I'm gonna dig through all these and find the worms. Just so you know.
Okay, let me turn the light on.
Challenge accepted.
All right. Can you see the loaches? I'm not sure if it's focusing.
What?
Can you see them?
I don't. What am I supposed to be seeing?
Okay, I'm not sure if I'm pointing this to the right spot. Hold on. There we go. That's what.
Oh yeah. Okay. There you go. Yeah. Those are fish.
Yeah.
They're like eels or something.
Yeah, they're kind of like eels. They're just very wormy. And
This is like a David Attenborough special moment. You stay up late and you get to see whatever those are called again. I don't even remember what they're called now.
Loaches.
What's
I have 9 of them.
Is there something like do they do anything?
They swim around and they have really cute faces, and they're really like kind of funny. Let's see. Here, that's back on the drawing, right? And
hard there. What do they do anything?
I also have some snails.
They what?
I also have some snails.
Oh no.
But they were kind of hiding when I went over there, so.
Now wait, do you like snails like you'd handle a snail?
I have handled them. I mean, I don't do it regularly, but it doesn't gross me out. Oh, hold on. A water snail is different than a land snail. Land snails have like the slimy thing going on. So like I've had to move, especially in Florida. I've had to move like land snails, and they've got like the snail trail and everything. And if you especially touch its body, it's pretty gross. But water snails are not like that. And when you hold one, they like hide in their little shell anyway, so they don't. There's nothing too yucky.
I have a problem with gelatinous animals, and so
You stick to the mammals.
and not just mammals, but it's things that can like pull their eyes inside their head, or like invertebrates.
Yeah.
My wife says, but like that they can they yeah. I'm challenged by them. Like I think squid and octopuses are cool.
Yeah.
Never would I ever want to touch one. That's never would I ever. That's that classic game.
Yes.
It's they, I don't know, they creep me out. Like that just doesn't seem right. So like worms, like I like the idea of worms.
Yeah.
Would I ever want to hold a worm? Never.
I held a worm just yesterday.
And did it thank you?
Well, I put it in a tomato plant, so maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. It was.
I got it out of my daughter's like reach. She's not always very gentle, so.
I don't know why when you first said I got it out of my daughter's, I thought you were gonna say like cup or like food or something.
Lunchbox, yeah.
Yeah, no. I've seen those like videos of people with those like salad in a plastic container and there's like a snail in it.
Oh.
Or that sort, and like that is my nightmare.
I have not seen that.
Well, don't. I don't think this is still champagne happening, but yeah, it's these are the rules of Hoffman, and they shall never be attempted by a sane person.
What about your kid? Does your kid like have any? Is he grossed out by weird animals?
I don't know. I don't think. I mean, I guess he may not like pick up worms and stuff. Like he's not that kind of like he likes nature and stuff, but not necessarily that.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's weirded out by anything. I think I have more issues than he does.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. I mean, I have more anxiety and problems in life just in general than what that is.
Well, that's good. He's like 10, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's got issues. Like he needs to shower more. He needs to comb his hair.
Yeah.
And not wear the same clothes every day.
Yeah.
That kind of situation. But
well, we finally got our kid's hair cut because she would not submit to the combing and the brushing.
Yeah.
And it was just getting all knotty and crazy.
She's got long hair.
She had longish hair. I mean, her hair's curly, so it will like do the ringlet thing. But it also knots up really easily. So
ringlets are the best. I didn't realize when I was like, I had relatively short hair for most of my life, and at one point I grew it out long, and I had like serious ringlets.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I was a real cool kid in high school when I had long hair down to my back, center of my back with.
Well, you know what? My husband has long hair, and it's also curly. It's also kind of ringlety, but it's also like salt and pepper. So it's like all kinds of things going on.
That's a menagerie.
Yes.
Of hair follicles. No, I finally started getting like gray in my beard and like salty hair.
Mm-hmm.
Not peppery. Salty.
Okay, just salt. Okay.
Just salt. Yeah. Just a good sea salt going on there. but I love it. I love, like, as a I don't know if this is a thing. This is this okay. This is the part we started talking about, like, art. Now we're just into this stuff. This is
I
okay.
know people are probably like, all right, I'm
No, people stay in for these late nights. This is where we get fun stuff.
okay.
Growing up as a redhead in the 90s and a red boy
Yeah.
with sort of like there's a lot of, I don't want to say teasing, but like it was not the cool hairstyle
Yeah.
at the time.
Yeah.
And in particular, I was okay. This'll I don't even know if I mentioned this one on here. I had what was called a crullet, which that's what we call
Okay.
it, curled mullet.
Nice.
And so when I was in middle school, I was on the wrestling team,
Oh.
and all the wrestlers wanted to have crullets.
Really?
And then on top of that, we would spike our part.
Spike your part?
Yeah, so you just like spike up your hair just in your part.
Okay, yeah.
So like if I drew it like on the, for anybody that's paying attention, it would be, here's your hair, and then you'd spike up your part along that edge, that part. Then I had a curly mullet, and then I had lines shaved in the side of my hair.
Oh wow, you had it all.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean I was just fighting off the ladies.
Well, and I'm glad that social media was not a thing at this time. When I was a teenager, I had a mohawk. I had long hair like down to the middle of my back, but it was shaved on both sides, and I didn't really like glue it up or anything because that would have been insane. But I used to put it in like 6 buns down the center of my head.
Whoa!
Yeah.
That sounds cool.
Yeah. It was. I mean, the worst thing about it was when I decided it was like enough, and I wanted to, grow it out. But I had like super long hair, and then like 1-2 inches of hair on the sides of my head, and it looked so awful. And finally, when the hair on the sides grew out to maybe, I don't know, like 4 inches or something, I finally just had it all cut to the same length, and that is not a good look on me.
Well, I imagine that's like I hear all the time about like bangs.
Yeah.
That bangs are a commitment, because I imagine that same thing, that like if you're gonna like get rid of your bangs, you have to make some weird decisions.
Yeah.
About like what length. I like the idea of like buns across the top.
Yeah.
That's like,
and it's like it was like such a different time where there was not a lot of documenting. Like I only have maybe 1 or 2 pictures of my hair done that way. Whereas if it was today, I'm sure there would be like pictures every day.
Yeah.
But
was this of the era of Gwen Stefani?
Yeah.
Okay. That's
so I was more of an Ani DeFranco girl.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could understand that. But I mean, wasn't No Doubt a Florida band?
I think they were, yeah. And I did like No Doubt. But it was just not my favorite.
Were you a Delia's kid?
No.
That's the one my wife always was all about. And
I think
that kind of hairstyle,
I think
I
you'd
feel
be
like
more likely to find me in Hot Topic than Delia's. Though I wasn't really a Hot Topic person either, but
I wasn't either of those. I was really big into Wet Seal. No, that's one of them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we grew up with, and I think I mentioned it on here before. Yeah, this is gonna be a one that's maybe you don't know, but do you remember Gerbeau jeans?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, that's because you weren't cool.
Oh, okay.
Jerbo jeans were the like, they had a little red, like, you know how Levi's have that little flap on the back pocket that says Levi's?
Yeah.
Jerbo had this red one that would go across your fly. So you had this red line on your fly.
Wow.
But they were like pricey.
Okay.
And so that was the like cool thing. If you wanted to be cool in school, you had to have some Jerbo jeans. Were you of the era of Zubas?
I don't know if I can even place what that is.
Zubas were like workout pants that had zebra stripes.
Oh, wait,
yes.
Like
your colors.
Oh, yes. But yeah, in Buffalo, because I was like a kid here, in Buffalo, and that was a thing in like the red and blue Buffalo Bills colors.
Yeah. We had full yellow Vikings colors. It was whatever your team was.
Yeah. Okay.
I think they were called Zubas.
Yeah, I guess it was something like that.
Yeah. And then there was another one that was like, jams. Do you remember? Remember jams? They were shorts. They were like Bermuda shorts, but they were called jams back in the day. This is called Mark Dates Himself.
No, I don't remember jams.
Man, you didn't live a life.
I guess not.
There and get these Jerbo jeans and these jams. What a horrible name, jams. Trying to figure out how I'm gonna draw this this lion here. Let's see.
I'm just drawing turtles and cactuses now.
Hey, to each their own. To each their own. What
time is it? I have no sense of time because my phone is busy.
It's 11:35.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
You're almost a gabbing dude. You're almost.
Well, I'm gonna make it.
Yeah.
I want my crown.
Yeah. There's got to be a way to like get cool crowns printed.
Yeah.
Like the challenge is the die cut part of it, but
anything die cut, you have to make like 500.
But for the cost to have a gabbin dude crown, or I feel like maybe there's some like a dude ranch thing. Ooh. What badges that say I'm a gabbin dude?
Wait, what was that dude ranch? Hey dude.
Hey dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you got very excited for a second. Hey dude. Yeah, no. Hey dude was pretty awesome. And what? You can get crowns? My wife's checking. Can you get them printed?
Oh my god.
Oh
my god.
It's $500 for $390. They're about $1 a piece.
Yikes.
But
well, I saw earlier she said I'm the 99th guest.
You are.
So, I mean, at that rate, you'd have to give everybody one.
Yeah. Just anybody that comes on, it's like, I got to get rid of these things. I gotta make it work. I can't hold on to these for the rest of my life.
See, that's the risk with self-publishing. Well, I mean, I guess not now that things are print on demand. But
what? Just the upfront cost.
Yeah, and then you've got like 1,000 copies of a book.
Yeah, no, I'm the only thing that I think would probably be manageable with self-publishing is if you can do on the like print on demand side.
Yeah.
And you don't have to store it or you don't have to buy it ahead of time.
I guess that's more what people do now. Yeah.
Yeah, even at that though, that I don't know. The amount of effort that's not even the problem for me with self-publishing. It's the going out and promoting.
Oh, I
know. Bookstore to carry your book and all that stuff. It seems like it's so much work.
Oh yeah, I'm way too introverted for that.
Yeah. I get quite a few folks that approach me at school because of trying to get cheap labor out of students, basically. of like, I'm publishing a book, and then I tell them how much they would actually probably need to pay the student, and
Right.
that's an immediate like, nope, never mind.
Yeah.
And
right. And and then they go use AI.
Yeah, I know. I was just about to say the same thing. That they go hunt down something else.
Yeah.
But it's it is way too
This is dumb.
time consuming. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
To get into that for me, that I just
right.
I
Well,
don't
and you have to like wear every possible hat.
Yep. It's every hat, and you have to like. What's even more fascinating to me is like people are like, yeah, you can go out and get a bookstore to carry your book. That's true, but they're not going to carry 15 of your book.
Right.
They're going to carry one,
right.
maybe two, because they don't want to put the money into something they're not going to make their money back on. Like, well, now you just did all this effort for
now you have to go establish a relationship for every store to carry 2 of your book.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And like, to me, that's just totally not worth my time. Even if it's someone else's writing,
right.
It just feels like that's a lot of effort that I have to put out just to get this even seen.
Right.
And more power to the people that want to go do that.
Yeah.
They can go have their fun doing that, but that's, count me out.
I think I would have like been out of the industry a lot quicker if I was going that route.
What do you mean out of the industry?
I mean, I think I would not have like tried to maintain a career in making books if I was always doing self-published projects like that, where you have to do every bit of the work, you know.
Gotcha. No, I it's not only is it like taxing and time, but also the other thing that like comes down to it is like you put all this effort in, and more than likely, if you get one book in a store, that's cool, but how many people go into a store and like pick up the book that's just the single book?
Right.
I know it sounds silly, but like if I go into a store, I'm going to pick up the book where there's like 5 of them on a shelf, because that means the bookstore like really knows them.
Yeah.
And like, it sounds maybe a little bit superficial to be like, I only want ones that everybody else wants, but it's part of the equation.
Yeah.
Do you get offers quite often for doing self-published things?
Not too often, but they do roll in.
I sort of have a little like, not preamble. I have
like a boilerplate.
Yeah, that sort of like, here's what I would charge, here's why I would charge it, and use it as an educational thing. But then you have to hear from them again, and it's all over.
Yeah. Right. I mean, it takes a lot of effort to just do that too. I mean, I guess if you just got like a standard response, then it's not bad,
I just saved my email. I just pull it up and go like, oh, I got to send this again. And it's quick and easy.
Yeah.
I have to, and I assume that like this rings true for you too, but the amount that I have to tell students, like, don't throw away your value in given situations. Like people trying the old, I mean, we've all heard the like, you'll get clout or you'll get exposure.
Yes.
And how that doesn't really mean anything. But then on top of that, there's all sorts of other things like that. Like just because it's a job and it pays doesn't mean that it pays something that is going to be beneficial to you or anybody else that follows in your footsteps.
Right.
Line.
Yeah. But I mean, when you're young, like you can be so eager, and like someone approaches you and is like, can you illustrate this book? If that's what you want to do, it can be tempting.
Yeah, if you can't pay your bills, or things of the sort, like I tell my students all the time, like, I'm not going to tell you shouldn't do those, or that you can't do those, but I want to tell you why I would not do them.
Mm-hmm.
You can make that call for yourself.
Right.
Of, is it worth the time and effort? And most of the time students understand, but I have to do, what I have to do is a lot of breaking down of like how much you're getting paid versus how much it's actually like per hour.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know about you, my this is a harsh truth for anybody that's listening, but not all kidlit pays the same. It is
No.
sometimes book deals are you get a good deal, and sometimes you get a like not the biggest
Yeah.
pay.
Yeah.
It's not a huge windfall on all cases, and you have to weigh out like how long it's going to take you to work on a page.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, sometimes you don't make a ton of money
Yeah.
doing it. And hopefully it goes to royalties. But have you had royalties so far?
Nope.
That's
10,
yeah. There's only 2
10
ever.
years, I guess. 9 years, I guess, since the first book I did was published, and have not had royalties.
Well, I imagine because you work on some of the like younger stuff too, that the longevity of those like board books I know don't get a ton of royalties unless they're like a big famous board
Right.
book. Because
So actually, Male Duck is my first book that's getting anywhere close to earning out. Actually, I think Male Duck is like, I don't know, maybe, no, I don't want to say the wrong thing, like 600 copies away or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So everybody listening, go out and buy 60.
Yes.
If I do the math.
The first Male Duck.
Yeah, I've had 2 pay out. One of them was so lowballed. It was my first book, and I didn't get much for it.
Okay.
That
Yeah.
it's doing royalties now, and it did okay. But the other one that I get royalties now for is the Big People Little Dreams books.
Oh yeah, we
One
have a
of
couple
those.
of those. Yeah.
And that one, did you say you've done a couple?
We have a couple.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that one.
Oh yeah, the Darwin one.
Yeah. And when they contacted me, the price they quoted me for the advance was extremely low.
Really?
Yeah, and I was like, what is going on here?
Yeah.
And I reached out to the artists and I said, like, I got this quote. This seems abnormal to me that it would be this low. Clearly you have done it.
Right.
What made you decide to do it?
Yeah.
And quite a few of them said, do it. It's not about the pay for the advance. It's all in the royalties.
Yeah.
That is a type of book that like sells in like, what do you call it? Collections.
Yeah.
And so like that one has earned out at this point.
Okay.
And it's not a huge payday all the time or anything of the sort, but
Right.
it has crossed that threshold at least.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, but I think that's a rare instance though. Like I don't think that has anything to do with me, like, or like an amazing book, but more so because of the amazing collection.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
we have a collection, a little collection of them, and we have the Darwin one, and I really dig it.
It's the only one that's like paintings.
Yeah.
Most of them are like very like graphic, like
yeah,
2-dimensional, and all of a sudden I did this painting one and I was like, I don't know if this is gonna do it, but
I love that they're all different though.
Yeah, no, yeah. There are some more that are painted now, but I think at the time when I did it, most of the stuff was like 2D flat stuff. All of a sudden I was coming out of left field with this like very painterly thing.
Yeah.
But it's also been translated a ton of times.
Cool. Yeah.
Interesting. Have you had anything like that?
I haven't had any translations.
I don't mean to be like, hey, let me rub this in your face. That's again, it's that book in particular.
Yeah.
Is like they're going to translate that into a bunch of different languages, and so I have like these weird like. Sometimes I get them, and I'm like, I don't even know what this is. What language? And I have to search online to be like, okay, is this the language that I think it is? And eventually find it, but it's cool, but admittedly, like after a point, you're like, okay, I don't know what I'm doing with these.
Right.
The same image, and they just specifically like built it out that way.
So I don't remember. Do you have any lettering in that book? Did you have to do?
No, they're super specific. They actually had a thing where it was like
No lettering.
Has to fit in the one of the four corners, and it's going to be about this big, and you don't get to put it anywhere else. Like lettering needs to be removed because of international rights, because they're going to translate it and whatnot. And so it was very sort of structured because of the type of book that it was.
Yes.
And what was even weirder on that one was they this one threw me for a loop, and I didn't realize this is how it works. But they wanted the cover like months before I did any of the other work. Like even before they wanted the cover. And I'm like, what? Why? How am I supposed to get you the cover when I don't even know what the thing looks like? And then so they could go out and market it. But the problem is the whole book series. I mean, you've probably seen it. Like the first page is them as a kid, and the last page is them as a kid. But they grow up throughout it. And so like the cover is the kid, but you have to make it look like the kid of the adult, right? But you're not on the adult yet.
That's tricky, yeah.
And so I had to go and paint the adult first as just a little sample, then do the version, then give them the kid version without showing them the adult until I got to the sketch stage.
Right. So I had to do that too, but on the first books that I did, that series with Albert Whitman, had to do the covers first. And so that was like my first experience with doing children's books. And I was like, this seems backwards.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Why do I have to do it in this order? And I didn't know. I asked someone who I know that's in Kidlit, and they were like, yeah, sometimes with educational books, they do that.
Yeah.
And it has to do with the marketing side, but I had no clue that that's where it was coming from.
Yeah.
But it's okay. We got there in the end.
We survived.
Yeah. We lived. We loved. We had a good time. Trying to figure out how I want to do this. This little monkey here. He's gonna have some teeth too. I'm liking this piece. Some of these nights I do these pieces and I'm not like sold on it. But
I really like what I can see of it.
Yeah. I'm kind of digging this one tonight. Sometimes they're just sort of like, because any of the stuff where I don't know what direction it's going.
Yeah.
There's a huge risk involved, but I'm gonna have to go back and watch all of the stuff you've been sketching so many that I keep looking up and I'm like, there's a new animal.
Well, just speed it up by times 5.
Yeah. Watch it in a minute. I don't give it any more time than that. It's not worth my time. How much when you work on a book, how much time do you actually put into like each spread?
Oh, it varies a lot. Like the little like board book, like the simple board books, like the ones that I did that are like, let's say hello and let's say I love you. They're like baby books, basically. Those spreads, some of them I could do in a day. But Male Duck and the Can We Be Friends one, those both, I'd say like a week for each spread.
Okay.
Like now Male Duck has flaps that you lift. So like one page is sort of like 2 layers of an illustration.
Yeah.
And a lot of Male Ducks, both books are like super detailed and like lots of tiny little things. So those really did take forever. And then Can We Be Friends? I was experimenting a little bit with like doing the ink on one layer and a wash on another layer and digital on another layer. And that I think sort of took a little bit longer just because I was like figuring that out.
It's always interesting to me to hear, especially like when it's like process driven like that, where there's a specific order in which things have to be done, and like in your case, the you know, the precision that you want all the pieces to be built in, like the time. I'm someone that doesn't want to put in that crazy amount of time into any, to be honest. Okay, what should I have real quick? Because we're going to be running up against time here. We're gonna make that threshold, but I got to figure out one last thing, which is, and this is really dumb, what needs to happen in this piece? Should they be like, I was thinking it could be a book club.
Oh,
I can give them books.
That would be fun.
And so they're all like sitting around having a good book club meeting.
Yeah.
But then I put in little books, which might be a little bit of extra time to do, and I might have to go past the midnight.
Or what if it was like a treasure map? You don't want to do the cafeteria anymore? I mean, the food, the table, like the, you know.
Actually, you know what? I think, maybe I will do the cafeteria, because it's just like some lines. So the trays will not be big trays. They'll just be like outlines of trays.
Awesome.
That's actually easier, and then that way I don't have to do a ton of crazy line work. Yeah. It's just like this kind of thing where I can do a little milk container that gets us there. So it hints at it, but it's not necessarily the full-fledged
yeah, I like that
scene. It's always hard to like pick and choose like details like this, where it's like I'm gonna draw them in, but I don't know how detailed I want to get with all these little odds and ends. How when you sketch, are you someone that does pretty like I mean, you mentioned the idea of like you don't do super like detailed thumbs, but when you get into the sketch stage, are you super specific about what stuff goes in there, even if it's like loose?
Yes, yes, I'm really precise with my sketches, almost to the point of like it being a problem.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by?
Because it makes it difficult for me to like loosen up when I'm actually doing the final art, because it feels so like my sketches feel so final or something.
Okay.
You know.
Okay. I'm the challenge for me is always like I think I start out relatively loose, or just wanting it to be like the basic idea. By the time that I get to the actual like finished sketch, I have like way too many details, way too many things that like all of a sudden now I feel like I'm stuck having to do them.
Right. Well, and that's how I feel.
Yeah, and I don't like the idea of that. I've set out too many orders or like commands for how I have to work going forward with the rest of the piece.
Well, for this piece that you're working on, like you didn't have a sketch first, right? You just had the concept.
Oh, I did have a little sketch.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I did. Here's my sketch.
Okay.
It's not much of a sketch, but a giraffe and a lion and a snake. Cool. And that was going to be a ring-tailed lemur. Now he's some sort of weird, creepy monkey. But close enough.
Yeah.
Same thing. Same diff, as we say in the world. Oh, no, did I just make a mess? I did. Sorry, I just put my finger in the paint that I didn't want.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay, we're at 3 minutes. 3 minutes out.
Wow.
I'm giving you the countdown, because it will cut us off.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah, no, this is not a like choice here. This is 4 hours. It kills it.
All right.
So maybe what we do, I'm at a point where I think I can probably just say we're done.
Okay. Here.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, I want to stop and say, thank you for joining me. First of all,
so much.
You made it to the Gabbin' Dude. Whether it be a crown or it be, at least I should make some stickers.
I'll be waiting for my crown.
Of some sort. Yeah, a crown. You're specifically requesting a crown. I have to get 500 of them just so I can give you one. But thank you for joining me. This has been like a long time coming. I've always wanted to have you on here. I'm so excited that like we finally found a time, and you were so nice to adjust the date too, because we had someone that had to drop out, and you were able to like move the date of it around for us, and I am like super appreciative of all of that, and I don't know, this has been a pleasure to chat with you.
Yeah, it's been great. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, and then you can go afterwards and tell your husband that I called him a nerd. Like, tell him that name his dog, Padme, is going to come back to haunt him at some point in his life, and he's lucky.
I don't think
up on it now.
I don't think he'll object. So
to being called a nerd.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a big tough guy who like I come out and I just call people nerds, and like I actually do that in my class. I walk in, I go, "What's up, nerds?" And like I'm the jock of the bunch. But anyways, it's been a pleasure.
It's been awesome.
I thoroughly enjoyed this. I will be in touch after this, and I will need to get your address so I can send you that crown, and all that fun stuff. But thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
All right.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. Bye. Oh, wait. No. Oh, I'll do this. Wait, here. There we go. Hold on. I'm trying to. Hey, there we go.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.